Oh, we're rolling straight into it today, boys. Boys and girls, aliens in space, people, my nerds of the space worlds. Welcome to Monday! Hey, let's go! Hold on. Yeah, there it is. Hey, you gotta have the extra wow in the end. Wow! Hello, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Welcome in. My notification gang benefit man starting us off with the huge hits. 5 subs dropping us in Twitch. But that's nowhere near as hype as the bowl of cereal I just dropped it down my mouth. Amazing breakfast. Can I just say, excuse me, sorry, it's heartburn. Oh my gosh, that cereal really hits you. Can I just say, as a person who hasn't had a bowl of cereal for breakfast in years, not surprised that I still like the milk more than the cereal. It's good stuff, though. Welcome in, everybody. How you doing? Happy Monday. Hope you had a lovely weekend. It's been so long. I missed you guys. My heart's been throbbing. How you been? How was your Sunday? Did you guys go to church? Go to the park? Bless a ladybug? Sing with the squirrels? Perhaps you went to a protest? Went on vacation, took a little drive, had a walk, ate some good food. What'd you do this weekend? What was your lovely 2-day break from reality? That's not true. A lot of it's reality all the way through. Honestly, a lot of folks are working through the weekend. I get that too. I hope you had a good work weekend or weekdays. It's not really the weekend if you're working. I don't know. I hope you had a good Saturday and Sunday. Welcome in. We got a new week ahead of us, and it's going to be an interesting one. So I wanted to talk today a little bit about what's going on regarding Star Citizen. That includes the 4.6 drop, the roadmap or lack thereof. Maybe we could talk a little bit about comms, because it's easy to trigger me that way, and that's just good fun. I also wanted to talk about an update to the Expanse Osiris Reborn, which is a game I've had my eye on. And they had a dev interview out a couple weeks ago with a few creators, which I want to watch with you guys if you're interested. I don't know if you guys are interested in the Expanse, but that really, it's living in my head rent free. So I thought it would be cool for us to spend some time on our lovely Monday talking shows to talk about that. Okay, wait, hold on. Are we on a hype train on Twitch? I'm over here trying to talk about the goodness of the Great Garden in the chat. And the Great Garden is blessing us over here. Zerb with a 56 months now. I'm sorry, 57 months been subbed up on the channel. And Gonzo Dang starting a hype train for us with PK, rounding it off with 10 subs, dude. Hold on, can we hear a big shout for PK dropping 10 subs? Shubs. He dropped the shubs. That's Toes Gang. We're starting over for the week. A new week. New toes, baby. What? Mr. PK! Motherfucking payback! I censored that. You didn't just hear that. Family friendly, folks. Thank you, dude, for the support. Hope you had a lovely weekend. What do I think will come with 4.6? Would you hate me if I said crafting? It's not gonna happen. I just wish. I wish. I wish. Apparently your shubs stole my wishes H. I really wish and hope that we get crafting, but no, I don't think we'll get crafting. We'll get into that. We'll get deep into that. I haven't looked too deep into the leaks stuff. Like I skimmed it, and I noticed the night vision. But I haven't looked too much into what else is supposed to be coming with 4.6. I'm guessing they've got a couple things that they want to reveal this week. For anybody who's wondering why we don't have the 4.6 roadmap yet, that is what this post is all about. Honestly, this is less news and more of just like a quick tip, a quick how things work. So this person asked, where the heck is 4.6? Which, you know, I'm of the same thought process, okay? They do this a lot where they drop in the update for the next patch and they put it on the roadmap. But the thing is, they only update the roadmap every 2 weeks, and they actually say that in their roadmap roundups.
Thank you very much.
But sometimes, because their patch cadence has become so quick, and they only want to do the next quarter, or the next update rather, then by the time you have the next update, which is the following month, there's a chance that that 2-week period ends up having a PTU patch launch before you reach the 2 weeks. So then we don't have anything on the roadmap, but we're literally playing the PTU patch. And I think this is a bit of a failure point from CIG in the way that they've collapsed their roadmap. There's such a history of it going back to when they used to do 4 whole quarters you would have insight into for the roadmap. The problem with that is that they were always wrong. So like we would be at 3.5, but we would see what 3.6, 3.7, and 3.8 were supposed to offer. So you could look almost a year ahead in terms of features, but it was always so far off. It was something like 20, 30 something % of these features would end up getting into the patch. So over time, that embarrassment added up, and they started to collapse the roadmap down into just 2 quarters looking ahead, and then eventually down into 1 quarter looking ahead. And because of the way that the weird updates are going, 1 quarter looking ahead doesn't really give us much anymore. So at this point, roadmap's kind of defunct. I'm not going to say it's useless. I'm sure they will keep up with it better after this patch, and we don't know what their patch cadence will be for the whole year. They could stick to the quarterlies and not do as big monthly patches. I'm not really sure. Honestly, this 4.6 coming out in January is already weird. We have to talk about that on its own. But this is like a really quick look into why in the world we don't even have the 4.6 roadmap yet. We're testing 4.6. And honestly, I would just expect it to be like this going forward if you're relatively new to the process. 1.0 is actually 10.0 with the decimal point removed. Oh, we got a long way to go. I also missed some. Oh, I missed Mihai and Rig. The whole Toes gang is here. Yo, good to see you, Rig. Sorry you missed that meeting. Well, actually, no, you made it into the end of the meeting yesterday. I appreciate that, buddy. It was good to hear you. Mihai, thank you so much for the 5 subs, dude. Toes. The Toes gang, it grows today. It continues. You know what they say? Magical Mondays make the mango a monkey. That's what they say. Solo Shot, thank you as well for subbing up. 6 months supporting the channel, dude. I hope you've been enjoying it. The gang is ganging. Crafting, no. Inventory, 40% maybe. I would hope so, but I do think that we'll probably see inventory in the preview channel too before it comes in. You do hope they'll have a few surprise cards. 4.6 beyond the new update plus lamp. I think we'll have a couple things. This weekend was lovely for you, PK. Having to go back to work tomorrow after 4 weeks off. Dude, 4 weeks off is... That's right. I remember talking to you about that on the other side of your time off. How was it? How are the 4 weeks? Was it everything that you imagined? Was it all that it needed to be? Oh, sorry. There's no sing mode anymore. Rock Cracker isn't out of the question, you think? Not out of the question. Could happen. It could. I don't think they've done enough lead up for it yet, though. Yeah, 4 weeks is incredible for some time off. They also got mad at us for being too loud in regards to them constantly delaying things. Yeah, it was definitely a whole thing. If we hit YouTube goals, we'll be starting a new giveaway. We have a giveaway?
You rock. You know that?
Okay. Oh, and Fola, just like that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And there's our repeating YouTube alerts. Thanks, YouTube. Dude, Fola.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
On the YouTube side of Toes Gang, huh? All right. Okay, I'll take it. The board is filling up quickly today, folks. Find your spot.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Terrible handwriting. Much love, Fola. I appreciate you, dude. The chocolates,
Thank you very much.
not gonna lie, I am still stretching that box of chocolates. I don't want to give it up. I'm eating one a day. They're so good. I'm terrible. I'm the worst kind of person. But thank you, man, for the support. Thanks for being a friend around these parts and a big part of the community for such a long time.
Thank you very much.
YouTube. We've had enough.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very
Nope,
much.
YouTube said no. First off, can I please thank the person who gifted me a membership, 07, and thank you, whoever that was. Yeah, that was probably
Thank you
Fola.
very much.
The lovely Fola just dropped 10 memberships in the chat. And Rig just dropped... Did you just drop 5 subs? Bro.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Is this an impromptu subathon? Shall we start? Start the timer, Mrs. Tomato. Rig is on the map. Dude, I almost, because your name is Rig09, I almost just wrote 05 subs. But that's me. That's a me thing. I'm dumb. Twitch sad now. Twitch coming back now. Can't let Fola steal the thunder. The People's Ailment is a plot by the Division to gain a foothold in Nyx. Don't let the government fool you. I've seen this theory. It is an interesting theory, and Mihai... Y'all! The hype train is hyping this week. Now, PK said now Twitch is just showing off. Twitch is the, Who is that? Who is that dude that just fought Jake Paul in boxing? And they got that picture of him with his cheeky little grin on, with his arm pulled back, right before you know he's gonna deliver a shiner right into this dude's jaw. I feel like that's Twitch right now. YouTube was like, yeah, support. And Twitch was like, nah, baby. You guys are lovely. Thank you. Shall we get into some of the nerdiness of today, the crunchy talk? Life is a bunch of chocolates. With 4-6 entering its
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Evocati PTU build. How soon do you reckon it goes to wave 1? I bet it goes wave 1 this year. Or son of a I mean, it will go to wave 1 this year. I think that's a guaranteed. What I meant to say was this week. I'm betting we'll see it this week. I still don't know if the patch is even supposed to be January, but it doesn't seem like there's anything too big in this update. So I'm guessing it is the kind of thing they want to get out live by the end of like next week. I could honestly see this being so. Where'd my spinner go? Wait, I dropped my. Found it. All right. Let's actually talk about this, because the timing is usually pretty interesting for CIG. See if I can find that. So if you go back in their history to where they were releasing videos last year, we've already kind of gone over this. We know what their cadence was in January and what they were doing. So they released, I believe, this first trailer for the first update of the year. Yeah, January 28th. So this was for 4.0.1. This was it was an okay sized patch. Obviously, it was mainly this fight for Pyro, which I'm not gonna lie, I did not care about. I think a lot of people skipped over this more so than the other things that happened throughout the year, but this was the opener. This is what set the stage for the idea that they were doing all the content. And in my opinion, it was one of the worst events of the year, but it did show us that the point patches, because remember, this is not 4.2 or 4.1, this is 4.0.1. Generally, before this, they were not that big a deal. They were used as a way to bug fix and to get in a couple extra little things. But with this one, they showed us they were actually bringing in the Save Stanton Chapter 2 in Pyro. So it was the first like content drop with the point patch, but it still wasn't that big a deal. They did some contested zone polish. Frontier Outposts got a little bit of a lot update and polish. New Babbage got some lighting, but as you can see, not really anything in terms of features. Lots of bug fixes though, and that was because this is the first one after 4.0, and obviously there were a lot of things that needed to be fixed. So you could look at this year as being kind of the same, but we're already off to a different sort of start with there actually being features in 4.6. Patch notes now. Usually, not usually, but sometimes this update. Oh yeah, okay, this is a January 9th update. I'm sorry, not the 28th. So that does make more sense. Usually what they'll try to do, was there a 0.2 this year? There was, but it was in February. So let's go back to 3.20, 3.22.2. Wave 1, 3.22.0. Maybe it was 322.1. Yes. All right, let's see when this went live. I'm trying to just log down the timeline here real quick. So this was February 21st. So they haven't actually been doing, okay, 322.0A. When was that? If it's the third week of January, that's saying something. And it was January 25th. Now, in 2024, January 25th would have been on Thursday. It's very possible that was 2 days before Atmo. Hold on. Daymar Rally 2022. 27th of January. So in 2020, sorry, that was 2019. We're looking for 2022. Buddy boy, don't lie to me. Oh, here we are. 2022 official race date was January 15th. Yeah. Okay, so what I was looking for was any sort of correlation between the Daymar Rally and the patch drop. Sometimes CIG will do some bit of patch maintenance before the Daymar Rally, which is a big event that occurs in January. This one was early though, it was the 15th. This year it will be a week later on the 24th. And I am 100% sure that CIG at least has this on their radar and would prefer to be able to get things into the patch that would benefit this event, because this is a pretty good showcase of their open world nature. There was one point when they actually spawned another DGS for this event. I don't know if that was last year or not, but CIG has looked out for this. It is a large open race with like 500 plus people, over 100, 200 staff, just like thousands of people are watching. It's a really big deal. So oftentimes in January, I'm not going to say it's a direct goal from CIG to make sure this event goes well, but you will notice them trying to do some things in January to make sure it runs a little bit better. I would not be surprised if our new patch comes out before this event, 4.6. It's not a huge event, so I don't think that they would be very worried about it destabilizing things, more so than actually making things a little bit better for the update. But we'll see. We'll see, and we'll have to keep an eye on how they do their servers split up across the different star systems and see if they're actually going to do anything to affect the running of the Daymar Rally, or if this is the first year they're on their own. Either way, if you do want to see it, I will be hosting a podcast with the founder and one of the lead community managers of the Atmo Esports team, that is Corsair and Crucian. They will be joining me for next week's episode to talk about the event before it happens. And then when the event happens, I am still hoping to give you guys some live coverage and a good summary afterward of everything that goes down. So keep it locked in, as the cool people say, if you want to get some more of that coverage. Where's the rally this year? I assume Daymar. I would hope. Otherwise, y'all messing up on the naming. Oh, you said when's the rally? That makes more sense. Didn't really help it as the thought that counts. Hopefully that doesn't stop them from trying again this year. Do I think the testing of the new flight model will be confined to Arena Commander until 4.6 goes to live PU? I think it will be confined to Arena Commander into and well past 4.6. I don't think they will. I don't think the new flight model is anywhere near ready to come into live. Pyro has so much potential to be interesting, and they drop the ball so hard. They drop the ball really hard with Pyro. With retrospective, I'm not gonna lie, Pyro's release has been an insane disappointment for Star Citizen. It's been phenomenal that we got a second system in. It's been great that it has different vibes and different opportunities in terms of gameplay. But overall, for what it's supposed to represent for the game, it's been a disappointment. Creaking microphone arm. I realized that this mic arm, I'm looking to try and get a new one. I want to get a low profile arm, because the problem with these is when you have a mic arm, they gotta like balance themselves with hydraulics and stuff. So this one has to go up and then down. But my light's right there. So you see like this shadow that gets put on my face. So I have to kind of do one of these. But then I can't reach my audio interface because I bump into it. Love it. It's perfect. Elgato. Want to sponsor a microphone arm? Aren't they kind of wasting resources with the events? Will they reuse them or something? You'd love actual features. Everything to an extent, I think, contains some waste, some triage. They are developing everything in a state that's not really permanent. So even if, for instance, I don't know. Let's take the tractor beams, for example. For a while, we were using tractor beams to move boxes around, and it was a good feature addition. But ultimately, when they added it, it still needed to be changed because it didn't work correctly. What it gave them the chance to do was to see how we worked with it, how the things that it interacted with may have worked in the game at the time, and it gave us something to do. These events are basically the same, in my opinion. They are running us through missions that will definitely be used in the game in some way, but they probably will not be the same that we're experiencing them here. What it feels like to me is we are seeing the background of Star Citizen built. We're seeing the most basic missions, the most basic tasks, all the very background sort of do this in your busy time, busy work sort of thing development. I do get why people are really annoyed that these events all feel very samey and like they have the same missions. I do too. It's not exactly the best experience. You definitely want new, fresh content. I just don't think that's what they're making right now. I think the stuff that they're building right now is the kind of stuff that people are going to be doing when the game launches because they just have an off day and they have 40 minutes to spare and they don't want to get into like a new story. So you just run a couple missions for some local faction. And they're just taking the same missions and applying them to different factions because at the end of the day, it's just stuff to do. They're just trying to kill time until Squadron can come out and they can get in the actual stuff that matters, like crafting. So if we do say we care about more actual features, I do think they're working on that stuff, but those are the things that can't just be dropped in like an event, and they can't just be used to create more content for people to do. Dropping in a new feature means you actually have to make sure the whole game balances around it. You have to make sure there's a path forward for it to make sense, that there are things that it interacts with, that it's not going to break all the other events that are going on or the other missions and activities that are happening. if you're just dropping in 25 missions somebody has to do, it's kind of in its own bubble, right? So I think they're trying to hedge their bets and give us content while they still try to push out features as quickly as they can, which, you know, has not been very quick. Just tape the mic to a stick. I was actually thinking about hanging it from the ceiling with a string of wire. Actually, just from the wire. Just from this microphone wire. Just hang it from the ceiling. Probably. That's probably safe, right? Wait, PK, did you give 5 more subs? Did I miss that somehow? Brother, what? Nobody told me? My man PK? Popping another one on top of the train gang. The train gang? The toes? Ugh. I'll just focus on counting. That's the hard part. 15 on the toes gang, my dude. And Mr. Moisturization. The harbinger of moisturization. Yeah, that was a half an hour late. I'm sorry. My brain ain't right. Never say train gang again. Can we get a custom Discord badge for PK? It just says train. Oh God. Woo! Yeah, running the train in the garden. There's also testing out their narrative abilities with the events, which is a good thing. It's not just testing the contracts, you're right. It's also testing the narrative, the lore, and the factions. I think some of these stories may be the kind that they can kind of reuse. So if we were to say, let's look at the Vanduul smuggling missions. They said that that's going to be the introduction to Nyx, right? Oh yeah, we've got the Vanduul are incurring into the Nyx system, and there's this mysterious faction that's doing something at these space stations we don't know. And you could run those and be like, okay, how does this make sense in 4 years? We know who it is. I think that they could still use the missions of going into those space stations and doing whatever it is you do to disable or find out what they're doing. It doesn't have to be connected to Vanduul smuggling or to the fact that you don't know who that faction is. They could replace the faction. They could keep the space stations. They might be able to even replace the star system, right? And give it a whole new vibe. You'll probably notice to some extent that some of the stuff is the same, but if the loot is different, if the faction's different, if the music's different, if the atmosphere is different, if the crafting potentials and stuff are different, if the amount of players required are different, then you kind of start to lose that. So I think a lot of this stuff is able to be repeated if they do it correctly.
Oh, Toes, you have strayed from the path by running that train. You can do better, we know you can. Oh, and in case we forgot, happy birthday, and you are our favorite streamer.
I swear to God, Vastin just records down all of the most ridiculous quotes we get and then puts them in a message. Oh no. Running that train, huh? Did you forgive me this time? PK said no, which means we have to do it. We have to do it. Mrs. Tomato, can you write a note down on that? There are too many of you that are excited by that. PK knows how it is. You like earning the account bound rewards. It's a great goal and reward that will stick around. And the crazy part that wasn't even a normal thing until last year. I think last year was like the second time they had done it, maybe the third time. But it was really the first time they did it in a way that felt like it was normal. And it only took us a few months before we were like, okay, give us better stuff. I'm proud of us. We demand greatness. Lore changes you are okay with. The issues when they make stuff flavorless. Yeah, dude, just gotta have some paprika. Instead of just reworking old planets to put in a complete new one, just so you can show off the tool. Oh, you're talking about the Planet Tech V5. Yeah, but I feel like without Planet Tech V5, they still would have moved on to Nyx. Like, I think they were going to shaft Stanton either way, which is a little disappointing because I thought they'd update it better. You do love the account-bound rewards? Yeah. Why do you always forget the second T for Vastin? I like the account-bound rewards. I think they're cool. I don't even need them to be anything interesting. I could get a plushie for all I care. Just show me a plushie of like a dead Xenothreat member, and I'm happy. Put it up on my table, tell my kids about how it came to be. The freaking nerds who thought they were edgy. And we just teamed up against them in our jabs. What was I gonna do? We were gonna talk about something else. To be honest, news is a little bit lower at the moment, and I am waiting. I'm not covering the leaks. I don't know. I have an internal debate about covering leaks when they are data mined. Like, I want to give the news, and I realize that I'm, you know, when I don't cover leaks, I end up being like 4 or 5 days behind the news. But at the same time, I feel like leaks aren't super reliable. And they also, not everybody's interested. You know, some people want the surprise. At the same time, we are a news org of sorts. At least they would have kept to the lore of Nyx being a desolate system. Yeah. Maybe they could have just thrown in another dead system alongside Nyx to give us another desolate. Or, sorry. Not another dead system. Maybe they could have kept Nyx dead and given us, like, Magnus as a system with stuff going on. Moisture, you think changing Nyx to a freshly terraformed planet has a lot of potential to be interesting. An end of the Wild West narrative can always be compelling. However, we all know CIG's history with potential. That's my thing. The Nyx system could have the most interesting story in the whole game right now. I love the theory. Absolutely, I am fucking enthralled with the theory that the UEE has caused this. Hold on, let's bring up the patch notes. So we got this fungal infection spreading through Nyx, right? And it seems that, weirdly enough, the residents of the neighboring Stanton system, which happens to be the nearby UEE stronghold, I guess besides Castra, are also feeling the effects. So the UEE is stepping in to help. Now, this could be basic explanation, or, as is being theorized in the chat, this could be the UEE literally creating a conflict to try and have an excuse to step into the Nyx system because they noticed the terraforming going on. CIG. Please. Please, for all that is good and f***ing holy in this world, make it a conspiracy. Give it a little fun. And then like, let it be like a solo investigation situation. Go out on a limb. Give us a pure Batman-style investigation, finding out what the deep, dirty secrets are. It doesn't have to be like some super crazy narrative thing. Just give us like a space station where you have to search for stuff. I don't know. But
if GTA 6 releases this year, do you think Squadron releases around it? Before maybe? Or delay into next year?
if GTA 6 releases this year, I don't think CIG is going to change their release date for GTA 6. I think they'll have to change their strategy a little bit But I don't think they are gonna want to change their if they've got a release date at this point, it's gonna hurt them more than not to change it. If they are as confident in this game as they seem to have been, then the game will speak for itself. That's not to say that GTA 6 isn't going to have an impact, like marketing wise. It will have an impact. I just don't think that like we're getting into a period now where it's becoming, what's the word? Not feng shui to delay your game. It's late in the game now. Pruitt! Monsignor Pruitt's in the chat! Let's go! Dude, I freaking love the name. I don't know why. It's all because of the way that lady would always say it. Monsignor Pruitt! She probably doesn't even sound like that. I'm just making her sound weird. Welcome in, dude. It's good to see you. Happy to have you with us. Hello, Mr. Splotch. Good to see you. Frasier, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. More stuff, more systems, more aliens. That's a good battle cry. Keep up with that one, Cyberbob. Good to see you in the chat, by the way. The thing is that we don't know how fast they will pump systems out with Genesis. If the new tool helps them, we can get some empty systems that are map as 1.0. Let's go to the ArcStar map real quick. First big test. Let's see if it actually works on Google Chrome. Probably not, but we'll see. Hey, Zero. Welcome in, brother. I love the conspiracy theories, man. I'm really, as somebody who one of my favorite stories in gaming is Deus Ex. I really hope that they can subvert some expectations with Star Citizen. Like, let's get some proper weird storytelling in here. You guys don't need to make money back. Right? We gave you all the money already. Can you use that to make some weird stories that are memorable? I love when a game has just like the craziest plot for just like a side story. You know that they specifically made it so that it's something that you would want to go back to, or you would remember and tell someone. And that kind of plot was the reason other people would pick up the game. They got to do some of that in Star Citizen. And they have so much potential for it. You think Squadron is releasing the 14th of May, Viru? Because you have a 4-day weekend. Oh. Yeah, that might be it. That might be it. I hear that's what they look for. Mr. Gumbo. Welcome to the chat, my dude. How you doing? Yeah, Maverick, like a Gundo style mission. Gumbo's hot take is that CIG won't release any more .x patches. Only hot fixes, TPs, and major releases. Oh, that is a hot take. Because that would take them back, right? The first dot patch they ever released was actually the only dot patch they ever put on the roadmap. 3.3.5. And they only did this because they needed to release Hurston. This was the very first time they released a planet into the game and they could not get it in with 3.3, which had the tech that needed to release it. So they waited like another couple weeks and they released 3.3.5. It was so early they didn't even know that they would be doing 3.3.1. They were like, oh, this is the halfway patch, we'll put a 0.5. Now look how much has changed. Throughout the years, they've done point patches, but they never add them to the roadmap. And now we're quite used to them being fairly large patches. But Gumbo, you think they're going back to the olden days, huh? CIG only officially delayed Squadron one time, correct? It was officially planned for 2016 and then announced it won't release. Don't recall them ever having another official release date until 2026. I think 2014 was a prospective date, but you are right. 2016 was the only other official date. You'll have people who are saying that Squadron 42 has been delayed 8 times or every year, or they'll list out all kinds of years, and then when you ask them, okay, where is the announcement that it would come out that year, they'll be like, well, they talked about it, which they did. CIG did talk about these kinds of things. They would mention like an internal beta that they might be getting towards, or Chris Roberts would go out on stage and be like, yeah, Squadron's gonna look great in a couple of years, which might as well be an official announcement, to be honest. It's just stupid to do. But as far as putting out dates, the company itself only put out 2014, 2016, and 2026. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the original Kickstarter said 2014, which was a crazy goal. To make a game like that in 2 years is... People already weren't believing it back then. Yeah, estimated delivery 2014. Oh, that's for a skin. Let's see. Yeah, they were basically estimating delivery of all this stuff for 2014. So the initial goal was 2014. They blew right past that and went to 2016. Would I rather have the current planets updated first or new planets added first with Genesis? I'd rather have the current planets updated. Spidey, you got a sub while you were at work? Welcome to the sub club, friend. Make sure to check out the new exclusive videos you get access to on the front page of the channel. Kratzy guessed the Resource Rush reskin in his 2026 prediction, but not the mold conspiracy, I don't think. Good guess. And it makes sense with the way that they're doing Rockcracker, and that's kind of like the second version of Hathor. They are definitely iterating on all their stuff.
Thank you very much.
Find out what works best. Whoa! My dude, Benefit Man. Let it out, hear it out. Put it out there for the benefit. Thank you, my dude. I appreciate your support. Thank you for keeping this stream going, for all the lovely people in chat. Pour went out for the benefit. I spelled that wrong. You deserve a correctly spelled name, sir. This is why I don't write it on my boobs. Can't erase that as well. The Kickstarter only said 2014 because that's the max time Kickstarter allowed. 2 years max on any Kickstarter. But do you think do you think that did CIG put out a different date besides that anywhere? I feel like that would have been a good bet. But I guess if they hadn't actually put out a release date, is Star Citizen an MMO? No! Star Citizen will take the best of all possible worlds, ranging from a permanent persistent world similar to those found in MMOs to an offline single-player campaign like those found in Wing Commander. This was back when they had that whole one game idea going on. Let's see, what platforms will it be available on? PC. Could never be played on Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, or Wii U. I don't know, guys. Maybe we could get Star Citizen working on the Wii U. Maybe. Yeah, they didn't even put like a release date kind of stuff on here. Any chance they'll add one more city per planet in Stanton? I doubt it. No, they're pretty set on the landing zones. They might add towns from larger outposts and settlements, but no cities like what they already have. Why do you think that Nick's system will be exactly as Pyro is in lawlessness? Because CIG doesn't have a proper functioning law system. It will be exactly like Pyro in terms of lawlessness until they can get actual reputation to work. Unfortunately. What do you think about releasing it as a game demo? Chapter 1. I think they'd be better off releasing something like Arena Commander as a demo. Felt like 2016 was the release date. I don't recall if they had said 2016 back in this time. There's nothing on the Kickstarter page. How is Mrs. Tomato feeling? Better than last week? Yes, absolutely better than last week. She's doing well. Thank you for asking. How likely do you think that Squadron will have some sort of instancing? I don't think it will. Is the law system even a 1.0 goal? Yeah. Imagine how broken this game would be. I mean, the game's already broken. Imagine if they didn't get law in. Law and Security 1.0, implementing an updating system that handles law infractions along with security responses to criminal activity. This, along with reputation, is supposed to be what makes these feel different, but as you can see, they are both still very much tentative. They might be in the game. We'll see. That's not what that means. They will be in the game. How long till it hits Steam, and will we be able to launch our copy on Steam? I don't know if Star Citizen itself will ever hit Steam, but I do think that Arena Commander is a good opportunity to get some Steam pickups, man. Like, launch it free to play on there. Chances of seeing crafting in 4.6, I think, are pretty low. I'm mainly interested in these mining and salvage missions, to be honest. They're a bigger deal than they seem. Do you see that CIG dev confirmed like a month ago that the social tools backend is actually already complete? I did not see that. Where was that confirmed? In the dev tracker? Moons of the planets of Stanton benefiting hugely from Genesis tech. I want to see ArcCorp, man. I want to see ArcCorp turn into like a deep cyberpunk, grungy, spend hours of my day there kind of thing. That'd be cool. Don't think it'll ever happen, but that'd be cool. Alternatively, Squadron 42 is entirely instanced. It's all one big instance. They did something with their VDB tech. So like the game doesn't play how a normal single player game would play, because they do. I wouldn't call it server meshing. I don't think that's what it is. I think it's kind of like, I don't know, a game developer could probably describe it better than I can. It seems like they are taking the like pockets or zones or virtual, I can't even remember what VDB stands for. The areas that the game plays in, they're allowing us to move between them seamlessly, which isn't like, it's not server meshing, but it acts the same way in that it allows you to load parts of the game without anybody noticing. I think. Okay, I'm getting that from a couple words said in the video. But it reminds me of when you would go through a game like the Fallen Order Jedi games, or a Tomb Raider game, or any sort of action-adventure platforming game where you would squeeze through the wall. You know, you'd like go through a little hole in the wall and you'd have to squeeze through. That was them transitioning you into a new level of the game, right? So I think in Star Citizen, they've just figured out a way to be able to do that without any sort of obvious masking points. So it very well may feel like Squadron, sorry, I meant Squadron, not Star Citizen. It very may well feel like Squadron 42 is a completely seamless one-shot video game where you start it at the beginning and you'll have cutscenes and stuff, but there's never really a very specific beginning to the level, at least in terms of loading. That being said, like, it's not hard to cut to hide that in a cutscene. So I don't know if they will actually be doing that, but they mention it a little bit here when they're talking about the tech of Squadron running. Oh, I forgot that we were trying to open the freaking star map. Maybe someday it will open.
Its own personality, and tells of a history long before you arrived. Crafting interesting float spaces and their connecting tissue has been one of the more unique challenges we've needed to overcome for Squadron. Developing our VDB tech to blend seamlessly between tighter traversal spaces and into wider space vistas and planets has proved incredibly difficult but rewarding, ensuring that Squadron flows seamlessly from one chapter to the next without interruption.
So we'll see how rewarding that is. Not quite server meshing, but it could use some of the same type of tech. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. When is the wipe? You don't want to waste your time grinding to get deleted in 1 to 2 weeks. There is no wipe confirmed. There is no wipe for 4.6. There will not be anything happening in the next 1 to 2 weeks. You're good. I think the Star Citizen community is like those people who run out of toilet paper far too often and they just constantly worried about when the next wipe is. Just get more toilet paper and don't worry about it. That's what I say. Metaphorically speaking, that means play the game and no, I'm kidding. You're free to worry about a wipe, but there's none coming up in the immediate future. I don't know why. Like, once the possibility of a wipe hits, it gets talked about so much. And I think that is making people more scared than they need to be.
Wow.
Works in Firefox, not in Chrome. Yeah. 'Cause Chrome, right? He also said that they really are trying to avoid doing any until they're sure that they have fixed dupes. Yeah, and also, let's not forget, the menu showed something like crude pilot, like plural, but I don't think we'll get like a co-op in Squadron 42, but what if? It might be talking about NPCs.
True gamers never wipe.
That's disgusting, bro. Who said that? Obama, don't say that, dude. You're the president. You can't drop the bar that low. Where did he said this somewhere? It's not true. Yeah, with the crafting and inventory change, I think that makes the most sense as well. Wipes.
Is that
Wipes.
we don't want to have to wipe the database at all. So we want to be able to keep your inventories intact between patches and have a forward compatible model where we can actually keep all this data there the way it is and then
like checking out a
migrate it.
file from Perforce. You're not destroying it. You're
Correct.
copying it out. Nobody else can write to it. Nobody else can mess with it.
That's right.
It's yours.
Yeah.
And then when you stop it, it goes back. It goes back in. So it's not a non-destructive.
Yeah. And
Okay. So let's catch up on this real quick because there's a lot of talk surrounding this now. Let's start with the economy update in December. We covered this on the channel, and I believe it was, who was it that? No way I'm going to be able to remember who gave the update. I don't even remember what it was. We're going to have to go back to the dev tracker, I think. Think the white will come when crafting comes in? Yeah, so do I. Taryn, thank you for the bits, man. You know what time it is? Pizza biddies. Taryn with the biddies. Tickle biddies. Or big ol' bitties, pizza bitties. I don't actually know what the substitution for letters would be in that. So I'm looking for, here we go. Highlander gave us a pretty large econ update last month. Let's double check on this. This is where all of the wipe rumors are coming from. I mean, it's this and the fact that like things are kind of rough, but really all of the major beliefs are coming from this right here. There was a question asked that said, there have been large exploits. Why are we now getting even more ways of making more money? Isn't the timing here a bit bad? Can I introduce you to Star Citizen, my friend? Timing? Highlander said, yes, the exploits from the last 2 patches have been rough for the game and the economy. As a result, a full wipe is likely at some point down the line. That's it right there. That's it. If you're wondering why all the wipe talk, why all the wipe drama, why is everybody thinking there's going to be one this patch, it is this line. And this line was shared almost a month ago now, which, you know, it's bubbled. It's been a little bubble gut for the last 20 days. But in the last couple of weeks, as 4.6 has approached, people have been citing this line and pointing towards the possibility that a wipe might happen. Now, a lot of folks who are into Star Citizen know a wipe may be happening means sometime in the next, like, I don't know, 12 months. But for somebody who's a little bit more new, it might be thinking this could be in the next 12 days or possibly in the next couple weeks. This is not the timeline that Star Citizen works on. He says here, let's speak about the abundance of earnings you are currently getting. If you feel like you are gaining more AUEC than you can spend, that's intentional. When we look to add the badly needed sinks and cost decisions later this year, keep that in mind, those new costs will be balanced against the current AUEC earnings. That said, we want feedback and analytics on those numbers as they are now so that we can correctly implement those sinks. For now, you might find that your AUEC earnings are much higher than your expense necessitates, but rest assured that the values will start making sense down the line. And then he says here about the wipe, not even speaking about others that need to give a go-ahead for a wipe. Personally, I want to be able to see at least half a patch's worth of analytics to confirm that none of the existing exploits are still occurring before I'd be in favor of doing a wipe, even if it's badly needed. Now, a couple important details here. He says personally, he says he would want to see these analytics. He says before he'd be in favor of doing a wipe. Highlander is not making the decision on an economic wipe in the game. He's just giving his thoughts here. That being said, half a patch's worth of analytics with the exploits being gone, we wouldn't necessarily know exactly when they're gone, but there's a good chance it'll be in the patch notes when they do wrap up some of the exploits people know about. When that happens, I'm sure there's going to be a whole bunch of hubbub, right? Like, people are going to be very much cheering, hey, the exploit's gone, they're not duping stuff anymore, guys, maybe we can consider a wipe now, because it's going to be another half a patch worth, at least from his perspective, before they would do a wipe. And I'm doubting he would be the fastest to jump back in. So I do think that whatever his perspective as to how long they need, his boss is probably going to want a little more time to check on that. So in terms of the possibilities of there being a wipe in Star Citizen, it could happen. But I think we will know at least 4 weeks before it does happen. I think by the time, like, if we are seeing 4.6 come out, that's our opportunity to see if maybe 4.7 ends up having a wipe, right? Like, how is 4.6 performing? If it's really good, if the economy's been fixed, if things are running well, they're probably starting to think more about it. But on top of that, it's not just about that. It's about the fact that certain things require a wipe. So we did a wipe when PES came in. We did a wipe when server meshing. Did we do a wipe when server meshing came in? We might not have. But we've done wipes generally when large economic or item-based changes have happened. The next one that we expect is crafting. This bad boy is going to change how minerals spawn in the game. It's going to add quality levels to all the stuff that we have. It's going to probably require a new inventory to come into the game so that we can properly manage all of these different tiers of things and the various quality levels of materials and commodities, our loadouts, all this stuff needs to be brought in to support crafting. So I think inventory and crafting might come at the same time and are going to be very, very intertwined with the way the back end is handled, the way the assets are transferred. Mining is going to have to change. Item recovery is going to have to change because this inventory is bringing in item registration, which includes item recovery tier 1. Like, there's so much coming with crafting that I don't think you should worry about even the possibility of a wipe happening until we know that crafting is coming into the game, because the most likely time of the year when they would have to do a wipe would be when this happens. I'm not saying there won't be a wipe before that. I'm just saying, like, don't panic too much. It's Star Citizen, and it's going to have times where you lose progress that you really should not have lost. The state of this alpha is frustrating when speaking about making progress and persisting that progress and living a life and like getting ready for the game in less than 8 minutes. There's a lot of things that don't play perfectly in Star Citizen, and one of those things is the persistence and database. We don't have to wipe, luckily, like we did back in the day. For those of you who've been around, back before 3.12, 3.10, no, back before 3.9, every single patch, every 3 months, it would wipe your progress. It wasn't until 3.9 that things started to actually persist. And after that, I think we only had 3 wipes in total since then in the last 5 years. So they're not like crazy happy to always do wipes. And I swear, if I can just find this line from Jared. I can't. I can't find the part where he... I can't find it. Yeah, I'm trying to, I'm control Fing. I just don't know what the exact words would be. But there's a specific reference that Jared made to not wanting to have any more wipes. I'd like to find that. Yeah, see, even here, somebody said a wipe was announced. A wipe hasn't been announced. Logical lays it out. Talk about wipe does not mean a wipe is happening. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this reference. I know it's in this video too, where he's talking to Benoit. I just don't know what time it's at. It's here somewhere.
Cross patches, right? And so now when we wipe the entitlement database and we wipe the game database and we start fresh from a new patch, when we reconcile
About it.
all right, cool. LTP, right, is the famous
The
system we're
worst
talking about.
named thing in the world. No, sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
Well, let's go a bit into what LTP actually does, right? Because there's some misconception around it, and also okay. So open up thing is what is then it's the is there in so the game DNC destroy right have its used
Benoit,
whatever
with the freaking info, dude.
A lot of signal to noise ratio issues, like people claiming they've lost ships. We investigate their accounts; they never.
Why
had
is it
those
called
ships.
4.6 and not 4.5.1?
So
I don't know.
At this point, we have. To
I don't know. We'll see what comes with it.
Yeah.
But
I want to jump in here to make sure that this doesn't get lost in some of the stuff I'm checking. So there's two issues. We need to step back and explain how the checkout and the stow works, because that's causing some confusion. We'll do that in a second. But this bug where first bug is things aren't getting stowed right. Things aren't getting stowed right, and so.
Yeah.
And so when it comes time to entitle at the beginning of a new patch cycle, you don't get the thing. Sometimes it's not getting stowed at all. Sometimes it's getting stowed and being logged as a component part or something else, and that's why it's like, oh, I'm supposed to have a ship. I don't have my ship, but I have this cooler instead. That I don't think I own this cooler and whatnot. We were on a call, you and I, until it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. My time, when we were investigating this and just giving you examples, and we were trying to figure out what's going. The man was literally inside the raw LTP database. We were checking individual items, like talking to backers on Twitter and Discord, and like, okay, when did you do this and what did you do this? Like working down at the most granular level in the middle of the night, trying to figure this out back in, I can't even remember what patch it was, to figure out that they were being stored as other items.
Yeah.
So that you can write the SKU to fix that stuff. But all of this happens because of something that we haven't explained before, and that's the checkout and stow system. So talk to me about Be candid.
Yeah, this is
okay.
So this is their kind of explanation as to how they're going to make sure that we don't lose everything all the time, even though we're supposed to have persistence, which is the most annoying part of the game right now. I think one of the biggest things that's keeping people from playing is just that, like, sure, there's persistence, but is it really persistence?
This stuff. So you buy something on the website, it gets stored in a website version of this database where all these things are done. You log into the game. When you log into the game, it says, "Hey, I need my entitlements. What are the things that this person owns from this other thing?" It queries this other database that's on the platform, on the web, whatever, gets a list of things, pulls down, and that's why you have it. That system works. It's great. It's pretty robust. It's people don't have any trouble getting the stuff that they buy. That's why that's always there. That's great. Whew. All right. Everything else you buy in the game is super insanely plentiful, from giant spaceships made of all these components down to individual bullets and everything. And it's all physicalized and whatever. Maintaining all of that for every single player, every single version that gets left over and stuff is simply not possible. It's simply too big a thing. So we have to decide what to save and what not to save. LTP is a separate database, not the entitlement database over here, a separate database of the things that you have purchased, found, earned in game that gets locked to that. We make choices on what that is. Bullets, no. Med pens, no. A spaceship, yes. Armor, yes. And there are lots of areas in between, but we'll go with the extremes here. Med pens and spaceships. We'll use spaceships. We'll keep with spaceships as the example because it's the easiest way to explain this. So you've bought the spaceship, you've earned the spaceship, whatever. You land it in a hangar, you stow it, boom, it creates an LTP record. Doesn't create that LTP record until you've got it home, you stowed it, and boom, you've got it. The next time you try to fly it, you pull it up from the hangar. That coming up from the hangar elevator is more than just a nice visual. It is a representation of what's happening to your LTP record. It is pulling that out of LTP and moving it into the live server game database, the universe of the world, so that you can fly it around. It needs to do this in order to work for things like piracy and theft and prevent item duplication. It has to come out of there to go here. So that's how we prevent duplication. This is all in a perfectly working scenario. There are plenty of bugs that creep in here. People are like, wait, I didn't stow this and I came back to two versions of the ship. Those are bugs. We're talking about how it was designed to work. Take it out, you're flying, it's no longer in LTP, you're flying around. It's out there until you bring it back to a hangar, stow it, make it go down. And at which point it recreates the LTP record, puts it back in. If your ship is destroyed while you're out flying it, it doesn't create your new LTP record until you hit the claim button. You hit the claim button and then it cleans that up, puts it into the LTP record. So that's not something we've ever been super great at communicating to people, and why sometimes it's like, well, why have I lost the ship? Why have I not lost the ship? We're explaining these things to help you better fight that fire until these new changes come in. That system has lots of bugs, lots of flaws, lots of issues here and there.
Can you guys confirm in chat, are there bugs with the persistence system? Do we have problems with that?
If you took anything from Benoit's conversation, his attitude, his demeanor, we fully recognize the limitations of it. Like many things in Star Citizen, it was a product of its time, and it needs to be revised and helped and bolstered as the game continues to grow and get more complex.
And so
those are things you can do to help assuage that. Obviously, everybody knows the thing about landing and getting it back to the hangar. Don't forget to claim your things in the ASOP. It's not going to fix everything. Still all the outlying bugs and issues and stuff, but it's another thing that you can do to help yourself in the meantime. That said, we have a new solution that we're going to put into effect, and I'm not going to say anything when I throw it back to Benoit, he can say what he wants to say about when. When you earn a ship, when you buy a ship and whatnot, it ensures you've gone through the mission reward or the Wicklow thing or the buying, not when you steal it from somebody else, but when you do one of the legitimate ways. We are going to create an entitlement record, not an LTP record, an entitlement record up in another database that's just like the one that we use for when you buy things. Yep. And then from that point on, now that we've created that record over there in that database, not inside LTP, that means that no matter what happens, the next time you log in, you're going to have access to your ship. The next time we do a patch, you're going to...
This whole talk is basically just to try and make the game more... I've gone over multiple times that there is this jump that happened in 2020 that I think a lot of it was because of the pandemic. Like, this is very clearly everything that happened after 2020 is different from before, judging by the amount of money that was coming in, judging by the amount of players that were coming in, except 2016 was a huge year. Actually, players is not as much a difference, the money is mainly, but there was a difference, and I think that big difference was persistence. In, was it April? I think it was March or April, they dropped 3.10, as I referenced earlier this video. 3.9, sorry, April of 2020. Right here. They dropped a patch that finally allowed for things to persist between updates. And then the next month, now May is always a big bump, but the next month was immediately their biggest funding month ever. And ever since then, it didn't really change. I think that persistence and having an actual game to play, and like last year proved, having content and stability to drive that forward, even if we're missing features and those features are still being built and dangled in front of us like carrots and made to make us hate ourselves and wake up in cold sweats at night. Even with those features taking forever, people are much happier to play this game when the persistence is working. So I think one of their biggest goals at this point, besides social tools, should be trying to make sure that they don't have any more persistence glitches that cause people to take a step away. How many of you in chat purposefully avoid certain types of gameplay because you just don't care to earn things because you think you're going to lose them? Or better yet, this whole conversation surrounding wipes and how people don't want to play the game because they think there's a wipe coming up. As soon as you think you might lose your stuff, the game loses so much of its purpose for a lot of folks, which is why this was a very interesting revelation from Jared in Star Citizen Live. This was 2023, I guess. I thought it was 2024. I thought this happened in 2025, but here is the statement I was looking for about wipes.
From this point forward, it'll be something severe. It'll be something that we've all come together and said there's just no other way forward. And so that is still a possibility. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say it's not. But the intention from everyone at every single level is to do every single thing we can from this point forward to avoid. From this point forward,
He got cut off.
it'll be something we can from this point forward to avoid.
Wipes. The next word was supposed to be wipes, but it got cut off. I don't actually know what video this is from. Not So Live, Soonish, Star Citizen Live. I'm not going to go through the work of trying to find this, but this is back when he was saying that. And just trying to reiterate that, like, they are trying their hardest to not do a wipe. And somebody in chat, maybe you could remind me, did they actually do any wipe for 4.0? I don't think they did. And we've definitely had exploits between this video and 4.0, and they haven't wiped for them. So I think there's a lot more thought that's going into making the decision than what we're thinking. They did wipe? Did they wipe everything? It was the last wipe. Was it all of the stuff, or did they just wipe one part? It was all of it. So that kind of sets the precedent then. A 4.0 type of update with something like server meshing seems to be the sort of thing that they would wipe around. Maybe they'll do it for exploits. But everything that they've communicated makes it seem like it has to be a pretty big deal. And we will get some forewarning if it does happen. When did we know that there was a wipe coming in 4.0? Not sure about rep. It was rep and all. Okay. Got a complete database. Major wipe was confirmed for 4.0. It was announced in 2023? November 20th. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so they made an announcement for 4.0's wipe. It looks like November 20th, 2024, and the update itself didn't come out until March, I want to say. With 4.0, we'll be resetting all three pillars of long-term persistence. This is essential to support the major updates coming in the milestone and help us push for a stable, balanced gameplay experience on live release. First, reputation will be reset to prepare for upcoming major updates. The economy is another key factor driving this wipe. Over time, wealth has accumulated, which will need to reset to continue balancing various economy-based systems. Additionally, introducing our second system requires a fresh items database wipe. This is key because this shows that they have the ability to wipe three different things: reputation, money and wallets, or your item database. They don't have to wipe everything at once, and we are talking about the possibility of a wipe coming up, as even the developer said. I don't think I still have that pulled up here. But as even the developer said here, yeah, this is a wipe basically because of exploits. So there is a possibility that even if they were going to wipe everything with the exploits coming up, they leave your reputation and, well, probably just your reputation intact. Let's be real, they're going to dupe items too. So that was the last announcement for a wipe, and it came a total of 3 months before the update. Now, that probably won't be the same. 4.0 was a weird update, but it did come at least 1 month before the update. If everything had gone well with 4.0, it probably would have gone live in late December. So I'm going to go ahead and guess, folks, if a wipe is coming in the next patch, we're going to have at least 3 weeks of official notice. It's not going to be some kind of rumor that's bouncing around because a dev said that they think a wipe might be beneficial once we've had half a patch to understand whether or not the fixes have been fixed. Let's not panic over things we don't need to panic about. Let's all turn our attention back towards master modes, huh? Let's talk about things that matter, that truly are ending the world and causing chaos around the globe. And with that, I rest my case. Good luck, everybody. Toes. Wipe news. News about wiping. Who doesn't like a good wipe in January? I gotta name that clip real quick. I love inciting master modes. Whoa. Wait, what else have I recorded today? What is this? What that was, and they... Is that just 4.6? I don't even remember what that was. You love master modes? Aw. Thank you for the membership, whoever gifted it an hour ago. Karsten, welcome. Welcome, my friend. Half a year ago, this would have started a civil war in the chat. The master. Yeah, I'm just trying to keep it going, dude. Keep the traditions flowing. Oh, no. Yeah, PK, too early. You spoke too soon. August monthly report. The team is currently working on making the inventory API only accept calls if they affect a specific inventory ID. This is being done ahead of the Entity Graph Global Database sharding. Certified Gumbo said sharding. Gross, dude. Let's actually talk about
it
makes a lot of sense
things.
for it to basically be only happening if with the crafting and inventory stuff. What is this? This is... I don't even remember what I was covering here. 4.6? I'm not even gonna publish that. That's not worth editing. I don't know what the heck that was I was even talking about there. Sorry, I gotta send a quick message about this one. And just doxed Tyrus. Ripe tomato. An unwiped ripe tomato, huh? If you remember or heard it as CIG definitely said this would happen, you're likely wrong. They've made lots of communication mistakes, but you think you've learned the art of not making promises. Oh, they've learned. Oh. They've certainly learned the art of saying something that may or may not happen. A lot of engagement is coming from people grinding for Wicklow stuff. If you wipe that, people stop playing the game in advance. I do wonder how much of the engagement's coming from people doing Wicklow stuff. I know a lot of people who are actively talking about the game in Reddit and stuff are doing Wicklow stuff, but how about like your casual player that's just jumping in to try Star Citizen every couple weeks? Do they even care about Wicklow? Unless you're grinding for something that you want to earn. I don't know how much of a draw Wicklow is out of just like doing your own kind of the stuff you enjoy in game. Why is CIG not banning the exploiters that keep causing wipes to happen? Maybe they are. I know they've banned some people. Are we still arguing about PvE versus PvP these days? Oh, we could start it up if you'd like. That's always never no steam in that engine. Did I play Evo in Arena Commander? I haven't. Like for the new flight model, I haven't touched the Evocati patch yet. They need to make it so master modes aren't as limited. Give ships that have turrets the ability to defend themselves, but like a trickle charge on the weapon regen or fire rate. They're getting rid of master modes. They're just removing that. How do I see your thinking? Mining salvage will have a big impact on crafting. So before a wipe, everyone has to understand how it will work, or will they wipe regardless? I think they'll wipe regardless. They don't like to wait for us to understand things. They'll just wipe and throw us in and be like, figure it out. Good luck. Mr. Leaf! Can you check your Discord? I can check my Discord. All right. That's a fun realization. It looks like, folks, all of the gameplay that we recorded last week for the Zero to Hero playthrough it doesn't work. Which, you know, makes sense. That's kind of how most Star Citizen stuff goes. Let's see. Am I? All right, folks, welcome in. We've got another Roots to Riches. Yeah, how sick is that, huh? Is this was this with the old capture card? This is on the 7th, so last Wednesday. No, this is probably with the new one, the old one, yeah. There it is, folks. The joy of doing YouTube. How lucky am I? All right, folks, welcome in. We've got another Roots to Riches. So basically, this is the only. I'll only have the footage with my face on it. We don't have the gameplay footage. That doesn't even make sense. That means that this was an OBS error. This wasn't even like my hardware. Am I? They just didn't record that. In Discord, they tell me. Oh man. It's such a pain, dude. If Star Citizen's working, then your computer doesn't. If your computer works and OBS doesn't. Looks like we do not have a second episode of Zero to Hero, unfortunately. Man, I really hate computers so much. Oh man. Sorry, I'm digesting that right now. If you have to run through again, you'll squat up. It's a very specific kind of gameplay we were doing. And I'm not gonna sit through it again. Most likely CIG won't say anything about ship crafting for all of 2026. Gerald will be prodded about it on Star Citizen Live sometime in 27 and begrudgingly acknowledge it hasn't been done. Jeez, that would suck. But yeah, ship crafting is probably a ways off. Did you clean up your drive? That file was stored on our that file would be stored on the NAS on our server, not on the local drive. Dude, I'm pissed. It's so annoying. All right, let's get back to. We weren't even talking about anything else besides 4.6 and stuff. 2026 will mostly be about getting SC and technical parity with Squadron. Better be fun. Make it fun. Could have just been a plugin error. I've not seen that one before, though. Yeah, it probably was a plugin error. It's, dude, it's crazy that you can press the record button and just not know if it's recording. Let's talk about the real news, being able to fly planetside at night. That hasn't been talked about, but I'm trying to stick to official stuff and CIG. Yeah, that's something that I probably need to come to terms with. Like, not covering leaks just means that I'm being lapped by the news. So we may need to start doing that a little more on the stream here. The exploiters think that is how it works, but a halfway decent database developer could write this trigger and trace before launch. Would love to if they were just tracking people. You can have fun or stable, take your pick. I do want to go back to the video that they did with Benoit. Here. I want to have another watch through of this.
Of a lot of the
Because this is
fancy...
probably an interesting talk now that we've had a year of the rest of the game progressing on. Since then. What happened? Oh, I lost my gameplay. Unfortunately. Unexpectedly, too. I thought that gameplay was chilling, waiting to be edited since, like, Wednesday. Oops. If you're given the info, we're here for it. Some people don't like leaks. And sometimes they're a little bit inappropriate. But it depends on if the leak is coming from somebody actually digging into their systems and doing some stuff, or like digging through the patches that have been already revealed to players. Depends. But there's nothing. We're still kind of in the quiet period. Even if 4.6 is an Evocati, things are still a little quiet right now. They released this. I know people got crazy about this. I didn't pay any attention to this. I don't know what let's see. Current Centurion level subscriber. This would be, I guess, the Imperator and the, what's the last one called? Razgul or something? Legatus. Available for subscribers to the Pledge Store. Delivered in an upcoming patch. So they just finally got the skull helmets in. Do they look good? Are these actually in game yet? Do they look as good as we initially thought back when they revealed them 40 years ago? January 13 is kind of early for a first patch. Yeah. A lot of times the first patch comes out in February. Not until 4.6, okay. Well, I care if people whine. I mean, like, you know, I'm here for the community. I'm not the kind of person generally who was looking for leaks in news either, and my content usually tried to cover that. It's actually it's the peer pressure that encouraged me to cover the leaks. By default, I'm more about not covering them. Jesus, this tea. This can still be a February patch. It could be. It seems like weird timing for a February patch, though. Helmets look like Fortnite waste. No. You'd be fine if they just give us the skins for Wicklow ships we've earned as a stopgap. You think most would accept that, but no one is going to want to grind that stuff through multiple wipes. What if... actually... Just kills the whole point of wipes. Today you saying there are 223 people. Don't let some random chatter, you included, tell you how to run your channel. Of course not. I'm making the decision for myself. You really want the new inventory system now? It looks so crazy good. No, you want it because the other one looks so terrible. But also because this one looks good. I think it's the new inventory is such a freaking tease. Especially since they showed it to us functioning at CitizenCon, but not since. I do think that they wanted to test out the inventory last year. I think they wanted to get it into the tech preview along with crafting. Def a January patch to you. They're already pushing another Evo build today. Pushing through the pipeline hard this week. Did they put out a new message? A new message in the ETF chat said, we are currently putting together a new 4.6 build for a potential Evocati published later today. Okay. Remember when we freaked out at the LA SitCon about the new inventory? Oh, the looting menu? The looting screen? I'd much rather use that than the inventory at this point. I actually really hate when I'm doing some looting in a location and I come across a box and I press to open it and it opens the old inventory instead of the new looting screen. I pee a little. Think you were the one I used your... Oh, you used your referral code with this channel. Thank you. I hope you've been enjoying the game. Wave 1 end of week. That's possible. It's certainly possible for Wave 1 end of week. I haven't watched this video yet. Hopefully it doesn't have any copyright music on it, but this is their review of last year video. I don't know what the heck they said about it.
What makes this place different?
The 30Ks.
It was built by us.
Okay, not gonna lie, that's actually a pretty solid play on words.
Welcome.
The freaking cows, the freaking cows, dude. Why does this get me so much? Just this like super intense action movie shot of these cows sprinting through a field of lavender in the sunset is so endearing. And it looked like they're having so much fun.
That was really good.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff this year. There's so many nitpicks you could have with a trailer like this. But honestly, I kind of just want to acknowledge that they got a lot of stuff out this year. I feel like every single time one tries to talk about this game, you might say something good and then justify it, validate it with by saying all the things that also went bad. I think I'm kind of going to skip that this time. A lot of stuff that comes to mind, but I kind of just want to be a positive Polly after this one. Good job, CIG. Good job on like getting what feels like a hold of putting the game together finally, and not just like throwing things in to see what works, kind of Googling it. It feels like it's got some direction, and while there's certainly things that could be fixed, I think the last year was pretty satisfying. Please, I'm trying really hard, guys, not to be like, but I know there were things to not be happy about. The biggest game changer was the Idris. The audio bug being handled. They should have put that in the trailer, except I guess the last year introduced that bug. It'd be funny if the bug started halfway through the trailer. You didn't know they run, the cows? Yeah, dude, you gotta give them some encouraging words, but they'll run. They'll get in that jog. Ship fabrication event evidently happens in fabrication hangars, so hanger layout customization will probably be a blocker. Ship fabrication, I'm not even thinking about it. For a new person that hasn't bought the game yet, is now a good time to buy or wait for a bit? You're not in a hurry, been watching a ton of content about the game. Best thing to ask yourself is if you're definitely going to buy it. I think everybody's got a list of games that they are looking at that they know they're going to buy. They're just maybe waiting for a sale or a good time. And then there's a list of games that people are like, I need to see if this is going to be the right game for me. If you're in that first group and you already know this is a game that you're going to want to buy, I don't see any reason in waiting other than A, trying out a free fly just to see if the exact moment in the game's history is right for you, and B, waiting for events like Invictus Week or the Red Festival, which is coming up in a couple weeks, or IAE, or any of these big events where they sometimes will have a sale on a starter package. Otherwise, again, if you're in that first group that knows that you're going to be playing Star Citizen, I think now it's finally safe. No, I don't know if I could say that still. You gotta be able to put up with a lot of jank still to jump in. So it really depends on where you're coming from. But waiting for a free fly is always a good idea. If you don't play SC, you don't play anything. You just watch tomato streams, work, and spend time with family. I try to play other games. I do, I promise. Sometimes it goes well. No problem, Overboard. God, this new layout for YouTube is so bad. Just can barely see anything. Let's go back to their channel real quick. Give me a topic. Y'all give me a topic in chat. We're gonna go to the Expanse soon here. Well, let's pick one more topic to talk about. Star Rupture has been fun the last couple of days for you. Maybe I should give Star Rupture a go. It's not that expensive, right? Anybody in stream interested in seeing that game? It's a space building game. Maybe we'll do like Star Citizen stream, and in the last hour we could do some Star Rupture just to see how it looks. You have good reason to believe Squadron 42 is arriving in late May, but no official date or month given yet. Dude, if Squadron 42 is arriving in 5 months, I would be concerned. I know they don't want to do a huge marketing campaign, but like you gotta make an announcement at some point. People planning their lives out around this. And by people, I mean me too. It'd be nice to at least have 5 months advance notice. They let us know CitizenCon well before that. Put it on the watch list for now. Yeah, you guys are into Star Rupture? How do you know when free flies are? They will be on the front page. They will be posted in big, bright, shining letters here. I will also put an announcement on my YouTube channel. So if you watch the community tab, we'll be talking about it here on the stream regularly before it ends up coming up. As soon as we know a free fly is coming up, I'll let you know. But usually they're every couple weeks, months, every couple months. It makes sense arriving during Invictus. I like the marketing campaign kicking off during Invictus. I could see them launching for then. It just seems like it'd be really soon. Power creep is real in Star Citizen, yes. Isn't Star Rupture just space rust? No. Star Rupture is more like Satisfactory than Rust. Oh, I was talking about a topic. You think it'll release no later than September? Hey, wait, hold on. Wait. We have a thing for this, guys. Where was the, There we go. We got dates. Lucid, you said May, right? Lucid Strike was guessing in May. I'm just gonna give you the month, okay? We'll say May 19th. It's a good time. Do fire extinguishers work in SC? Yes. The fire laughs in your face. You might be dealing with some extraterrestrial fire, but the extinguisher should be working. Squadron 42 in October, better in the latter part of the year. All right. Ramoin's an October guess. Not gonna lie, you have the longest name. I hope I got it right. You think they're gonna sneak Squadron out with 4.7? No fanfare. It's a February launch, dude. Best time to launch a video game. Husan, see you in the verse, dude. Do we get the next star system with 5.0? You want to talk about 5.0? Passenger transport you want? I don't have much to talk about there. But yeah, I do want to try Freelancer or Wing Commander. Is Starlancer newer than Freelancer? Architect, what's your prediction? Yeah, if you want your prediction on here, let me know. I'm just taking them as I see them. Arctic! Wolf. Wait, you have 2 R's in your name? That's confusing, man. What'd you guess? September 4th. It's a good year. September 4th. On a Friday! Launching a month before GTA 6 would be literally the dumbest thing they could do. No, the dumbest thing they could do would be to delay it again. That's the dumbest thing they could do. Don't delay it. Squadron 42 with Invictus sounds right. All right. Captain Emma got you on the Invictus crew with Lucid. Swim Guy, you say June. So you're like a shortly after Invictus kind of person. An Alien Week release. We're gonna have so many predictions by the time this actually happens. Watch it not happen this year and all we gotta redo all of these again. July 20th, the same day America landed on the moon. Andrew, okay. One giant leap for CIG. One small step for video games. Mr. Ray Ferguson. Andrew Johnny Ray Ferguson with the long name. I appreciate it, dude. Having like multiple first names is a superpower. Got you down for July 20th. You think we're going to get Squadron 42 in early December from Old Abs? December is a long way away, my friend. Hey, how about December 15th, my birthday? Architect, you guessed October 24th. A Saturday guess? Interesting. There will be a 5.0, Ramoin says. What do you think they would choose to denote 5.0? You think it'll be out in September with marketing starting around May? All right, Sculper Knight. Just to be clear, you guys have to come back to see if these predictions were correct. Because if you managed to guess this, I'll say this here, and I'll say it on camera. If anybody gets the exact day right, I will buy you Squadron. Props to that, but you do have to be here to actually claim it when it happens. September. Didn't give a date, so I'll just give you the September 8th. Solid. Who doesn't like September 8th? Gumbo pin you for post CitizenCon. Do I not have a guest for you up here yet? What you doing, dude? Where you been? Certified Gumbo. I'm gonna be able to like get you on the freaking podcast to talk about your prediction. All right, I'll put you down for November then. Post CitizenCon. Better to launch right before GTA than right after. Yeah, that's fair. It's definitely better to do before. The PAX Man, December 16th. Yo, I like that. That's like almost my birthday. But a Wednesday. Certainly not a Tuesday. Fission, October 16th. Do we have any October 16th yet? We don't. All right. You're in. Your prediction, we get a Squadron 42 demo at CitizenCon and a release on the 4th of December. 4th of December release, huh? Grimmery. Wait, is that Grimmery like the book from Wicked? Sorry, I have Wicked permanently lodged into my brain. You'll have to excuse me. Pharaoh, you're guessing November 4th? Wait, we got two people guessing November 4th. Who were you responding to? Ketchup Gamer. Playing Ketchup Gamer. November 4th. And who else was there? Pharaoh? God, I hate this song. Every time. Pharaoh's such a weird word to spell. No changing guesses, y'all. You gotta stick with what you guess. December 31st. Okay. December 31st of this year. Hey, you know what? Nothing's impossible. There isn't even a December 31st. I'm putting you on the 30th. Or wait. No, I'm sorry. That was November. Okay, you good. You good. May 19th. Got a lot. We got a few May 19th guesses. Abu Wagner, you are down for, what was your guess? May 15th? All right, the Friday before Invictus Week. Interesting. All right, did I get all of you people spy right? I got to get you, right? Are you not on here? I thought I got yours. And what are you thinking? August 8th, wife's birthday, so you won't get to play it? What are you kidding me, dude? For her birthday, you're going to totally get her Squadron 42 and play with her for the entire day. Sounds reasonable. The dumbest thing they could do is release Squadron and Star Citizen is still buggy mess and constant crashing, so all new players come in and into that and hammers in how buggy Star Citizen can be sometimes, really show off quality control of Star Citizen. You know, in the podcast this week, I had Beyond the Verse, Solace from Beyond the Verse on, and we were talking about the expectations that come with the game releasing or being marketed. And what I hadn't thought about that he brought up was like, once Star Citizen is being marketed and people understand Squadron 42 is coming out and that Squadron 42 is related to Star Citizen and you can get that gameplay early in Star Citizen, it's not going to matter if Squadron's out. People are going to play Star Citizen. Like, the marketing campaign for Squadron is also going to be a marketing campaign for Star Citizen. So it's not even like they need to have Star Citizen in a decent place by the time Squadron comes out. It needs to be in a decent place by the time they're marketing Squadron. Because they don't want to have people think, oh, Squadron's coming out, it looks sick. I want to get a preview of this gameplay, how it's actually going to be. Then they go play Star Citizen, and they're like, oh my god, this ain't great. I'm not going to pre-order Squadron. I hadn't thought about that angle, and that's kind of scary. If I were CIG, that would be a little scary to me. Abu, you said 2027? Okay. May of 2027. What was that, the 19th or something? May 15th, 2027. All right. Sorry if I am missing some of your guys' guesses. There are a lot. November 27th for my man C. What? Oh. 2028. Freaking 28, dude. On the 20th, a Thursday. Whoops. Don't do that. Purple Lettuce said June. June 6th. A ship giveaway? No, a Squadron giveaway. Good friend Faith, 4760, with the May 15th. Feels like May's a little too early for you. Yeah, me too. Happy Rob, Happy Arbob. I always call you Happy Rob, but you're Happy Arbob. November 13th, you said, on a Friday. Friday the 13th. Ew, dude. Ew. Woo. Walrus Bot, excuse me, is guessing January 13th. Good call, man. Hey, you guys want to know what's pretty cool about this? We can take this table that I'm making, and I can turn this into a calendar view. That doesn't really help though, because that's just a month. Instead, we can turn it into a timeline view. And as you can see, all of your guesses are well beyond where we can actually see. Let's see, can I turn this into a monthly timeline? There we go. So here are all your guesses placed out on a timeline. And we'll have to see who's right and who's not. Freaking Goonslinger over here. All the way in March. Walrus Bot, January. Trillin, you're April 1st. And where is April? Whoa, you don't need a whole end date. Let's just do April 1st. Okay. Trulin's in. Walrus Bot at January 13th. I'm guessing that's... Is that also this one? Shall I just duplicate this then? Oh no, I already had you. Sorry, I'm just dumb. Delete that. October 17th, CitizenCon release. You suck at gambling. I think I got you there, right? Juke? No, I don't have your guess in here. Let's add you in. August. All right, I'm going back to the table. For now, at least. Mr. Juke Sky Squawka. What was your guess? October 17th? It would cost like 180 million in marketing in a Q3 to match 60 million in Q1. Yeah, that's fair. Dude, don't spend any money on marketing. Just get a bunch of Twitch streamers to play it and put that face on the thumbnail. How many people do you guys see the gameplay, or maybe not the gameplay, but like see the graphics, I guess, and like the vibes of these games and not get interested? I don't want to say they don't have to spend money on marketing. Just like there are some very creative ways you can go far with not spending a lot of money these days that go well beyond just paying some Twitch streamers to play the game. What do I mean, the Expanse? We're going to talk about the Expanse game today. That's how I want to finish off. You don't like single-player games. Only reason you'll play Squadron is the link to SC. That's fair. They're not for everybody. Caesar, October 10th. Said for sure. I'm going to put that little for sure in there. The surety. Did I give my guess yet? You know, you guys don't get my guess. Christmas patch this year would be December 14th or 21st. Maybe. Harbinger of Moisture. You're on the 11th. 11th of what, November? You guys want to know what's funny? I can take each of your pages here, and I can just turn this into a profile for you, and we can just save all of you guys as profiles on my computer, and I can put your names in for anything. In fact, we're gonna add a note to Harbinger of Moisturization. Call him Moist Man. And I'm gonna set a reminder. For next week. Call him Moist Man. Sorry, I'm still experimenting with this software, getting to know it, so I like to have fun. You changed your mind to September 24th. You can't change your mind. What do you think this is? Can't win if you don't play. Also can't lose. Honestly, the best way for them to get free marketing is for Chris to continue to do the whole comparison to GTA 6. Yeah, like Karma said. Just keep saying that this is going to be the best release compared, like this will be a big release equal to GTA 6, and it's not going to matter how much people hate the game. That'll create buzz and marketing. When they announce that date, that'll be my guess. Correct. Notion Pog. Dude, I love it. It's so much fun, Leaf. Isn't April 1st the first picked yet? No, I don't think anybody's chosen April Fool's Day yet. Oh yeah, no, Trulin did. What if he gave you some bits to change it? Well, I mean, I might change it for a Lincoln. I don't actually. Who's on the $1 bill? How many ones you got on you, huh? You changed it to your birthday, though. Ah. All right, fine. But that means we're gonna have to. We're gonna list it down. The prospective birthday. No getting away from this guest now. Who was it that said, wasn't it Spyrite, I think, said it was your wife's birthday? And then somebody guessed, I think, November and said it was their birthday. Or I'm missing all of them. Tagrim, you're going in with December 21st. Is that this year? Hey, I didn't need the bits for that, dude. Thank you. I appreciate it. December 21st. Wouldn't be surprised if they tied it to SitCon and hot dropped it in October. All right. Leaf's guess is in. October. Putting you down. Aston, are you down for August 11th? Yes, you are. Chris is holding out on a release date until the GTA 6 date is announced, not because he wants to avoid the date, but because he wants to go right up against it. That would be freaking hilarious. That would be so funny. All right. I'm gonna throw in a little chat for you guys. I think there's some interesting economy discussion here. Oh, here's a bit about the economy and the exploits that you guys should probably get to hear about. All right. Do we get all of our... Oh. Satham, are you putting in your guess? Is November 19th your guess? Oh, you're saying that's for GTA. Dex, what's your prediction? That's a confirmed date. I didn't know that. It's on their website, you said? When did they confirm it? And how come it's not, people aren't losing their minds? All right, just because that got thrown into the mix. Mic check. Mic check. All right. I think we've got all of our guesses for today. This is a lot. We'll keep the list going. I'm going to let you guys listen to this economy and exploit chat. And I'll be back shortly.
Do you ever intentionally price something high or weird to make it rare in the verse?
Yeah, we did the Xenofret helmet, the Commander Xenofret helmet. We rocketed that up, and I'm pretty sure we put like 69,420 in it as well because we thought it'd be funny.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
for sure.
there are perks of working at CIG. If you come to me and tell me I want that to go a bit up or down, you know what? I'm going to be a friend.
Okay. Folks paying attention right now know that there's an exploit. I think it allows you to duplicate things like Janelite and sell it for a whole bunch of stuff. Folks are working on that. We're not going to talk about the fix for that and the adjustments for that right now. That's not being done by any of us. But I did want to ask, I mean, the timing on this. We've had the show scheduled for about a month and a half, and then this happens. How frustrating is it to you personally when things like this happen?
Well, you can only imagine how frustrated it is to have your work affected by a bug that nobody could foresee. And you're right, we are very grateful to our many colleagues that are working to fix those bugs.
Okay. And last question before we move into loot and stuff. Sorry, I took this one from Reddit here. Does Star Citizen even have an economy?
Wow, that's a multi-layered question. It's such a short and simple question, but yeah, there are many layers. It's not the comprehensive economy we'd like to have in the future, but I think we are step by step getting there. I can give you the big picture how we laid the foundation for. So, for example, we started in 2024 by doing a full balance of as many systems and items as you could. So probably you saw different prices for ships, for FPS items, for armors, for components, for fuel, for the rewards for the missions, change commodities, trade routes, and many more that I cannot even remember from the top of my head. This year we are focusing on big data, we are focusing on tools, we are focusing on the backend work that needs to be done, and those things that needs to be built before we get to that. And now here insert your adjective, dynamic, live, responsive, all those things that we want to put into the economy that we all dream to have, and the economy that I joined the company to build. But we need to do that background work first, and you're not going to see those results in the game for some time. Only after that we can focus on UI and systems that are going to system that is going to expose all that work to you, the player. So until then, we are doing stuff like you could see still this year, but trade routes being adjusted. You're going to see commodities changing price according to narrative and according to the events that we put in the game. We are going to offer more ways for you to extract value from all the content that we introduce to the game. So yes, you're going to always see changes. We have an economy, but step by step we are going to go to that economy that we all dream to have in the future. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, no, I appreciate not just that you answer the question, but that you allowed me to ask such a pointed question. And yes, I think you acquitted yourself very well. Thank you so much for your answer. Let's move into things you find out in the universe. Luke, talking loot here. What are the rules? How do we decide what goes into loot and where?
Okay. Well, I think anyone who plays games enough kind of knows what to expect from loot, and we're not going to reinvent the wheel there. But for a long time, loot was owned by individual content designers, so it got a little bit inconsistent. And an initiative at the start of this year, I've taken it over as a systems designer to try and get things back to consistent again. And hopefully you'll notice that in it was was it Mine to Align and the most recent Stormbreaker locations.
Align to Mine. How could you forget?
Well, we called it Orbageddon, right? Like
That's an internal name. You're not supposed to share internal names for this stuff. We have some really terrible internal names for things.
Yep.
Hex Penetrator.
Like less said about that, the better. Okay, so basically we just take a few things like into account category of the item, rarity and size, because they all have to fit in a box. So we have 4 main categories, which are weapons and ammo, armor, medical, and then miscellaneous. And those ones are distinguished visually by different boxes. Miscellaneous can then be broken down into more specifics like food, mining, repair, so that if the level designers have like a cafeteria or a garage, they can place things that make more sense in there. And then we have 5 rarities, common, uncommon, rare, epic, and legendary. You'll find the first 4 of those in loot boxes. We have 3 different rarities of loot boxes: common, uncommon, rare. Epic, we don't have a box for that, but it appears in all those boxes in a very small amount, with you know, more likelihood of getting rare if you are looking at a rare box. We don't have those distinguished visually yet, but that is the plan. We will be getting new models for those, so you'll be able to just glance at a box and see that, oh, that's a rare box. It'll be a lot shinier than the common one, I assume. And then we also have size of the item. We have 3 different sizes of boxes, and obviously it makes sense that you can't find a railgun in a small weapons box, and it tends to be that as things get more powerful, they get larger. So
you ain't talking to the chair,
like,
right? Good on you. Hey,
full suit armors
Meridian dropped some bits for the chair. That's
inside.
not kind. That's not nice. Hey, they talked about the economy, right? What was the commentary on that from the group? What do you guys feel about that? How do you feel when you see the devs talk about the economy? Do you get triggered? Do you bang your desk? Do you flip your table? Is there a picture of Star Citizen on the wall that you throw a dart at? The economy truly grinds some gears and ruffles some feathers and bunches some underwear. I can actually feel my underwear bunching prematurely just from thinking about playing in the economy that we currently have. Mr. DJ Chair, he's definitely not a DJ. Have you heard his music choices, dude? Oh my god. Constant, just freaking non-stop word chewing. Do I think Squadron's gonna have an open beta? No, I don't. You know what I do think, though? I think I want to expand on this. I want to start doing more... I want to have more interactive stuff with you guys. I like this taking down predictions, because we also have the ship sheet, which I do need to move over to this other software. We haven't touched on this in months because we haven't had a monthly report. But I'm going to take all of this and put it into this format, into this thing. And what I said earlier about getting you guys all profiles on this software, I think I'm going to do it. Because we can start to have some fun with this. We could start to do like regular predictions. Maybe we can link some giveaways into it. I don't know. I'm digging it. First, I need to get the actual... Yeah, I could probably make a page. You can make this public so you guys can actually land on this and look at it. Stand by. Keep an eye out. Oh, we got one more prediction I see, Captain Comedy. Good thing we're still on the page. November 11th. Remember the 11th of November. That doesn't really work, does it? Do a bingo card. Hi, do we get a This Week in Star Citizen today? We should be. So, actually, I don't know. Sir or ma'am. Kenzie contact. I think a This Week in Star Citizen would be very appropriate because we're probably also going to we're going to get a roadmap roundup this week. So I would expect to see something of the, hey, here's what's coming up kind of flavor. But we'll just have to poke and prod CIG until they do. Squadron 42 is curated experience from start to finish. It's a single-player space adventure with possible options for expansions if needed. That's what I was going to do today. I was going to go over the briefing room episode with you guys. I completely forgot about that. I wanted to cover Squadron. Which is funny because we've been talking about Squadron for the last hour. Grimmery, your prediction's also your birthday. Hey, I don't think I ever heard your answer, Grimmery. Is your name a reference to Wicked? Or to Wizard of Oz? I'm gonna put that on your... Also my birthday! Hey, Leaf, are you still in chat? I could just turn all of these into their own pages, right? Like they are technically their own pages. Could I add these into a database of like the Space Tomato community? Like let's say I wanted to make a new database and we called it Space Tomato Community. Would those... So in that case, could I just like reference these pages again? Would they still be here? No. No, I've not seen that. No, that's making a new one. That's too bad. We'll get around to that. It's inspired from Final Fantasy IX. He is called Kimmery. Oh, okay. Like I'm very wicked-minded right now. I have a wife that likes musicals. You don't know how anybody can expect an economy before we have all the main professions in. I don't know. I want my DoorDash. Star Citizen DoorDash. Free socks for guessing correctly. Yeah, I'll throw a pair of socks in with it. You guys deserve to have some warm toes. It's if QA were easy, games wouldn't release broken. Just liked how that sounds. I like the name. Grimmery is cool. Is there always a point to a good there is always a point to a good expansion, especially if it tidies up loose ends and tangential story arcs. You know what the craziest skipped out DLC or game expansion I've ever seen was Hogwarts Legacy. The fact they never released a big DLC for that game is crazy. It's like one of the best-selling games of all time, and they just they were like, nah. We don't need to capitalize on this. Instead, we'll just let the studio continue to fall apart. Sad story. What do you get if you're proven correct? Squadron 42. Oh no, we'll come up with something better than that. If you're guessing Squadron 42's release date, you probably already own it. When did they get... Ah, here they are.
Others that you can avoid.
Anyone guess
obstacles that
November
around
5th? I don't think so. Good old
rotating around the hips
2023.
anymore.
All the
And it
features
allows
we're
you to aim
still
much
waiting for
better.
from then.
We're also not moving.
Scar Theory, you don't
bodies.
own
We
it
don't
yet?
need to worry about the
Well, there you
external
go.
collisions anymore. Right? We're not going to get pushed around.
You hope they make a sequel where you
Of
can
course,
continue
Throne
your
isn't all
character as
about
a
looking
teacher or
around.
something in
We're gonna
Hogwarts.
traverse as well. So we're going to head down
I hope
this
they
ramp.
just make a sequel.
And here we put in a new collision style. So this is all about letting you have control in narrow, small spaces, smaller than this. We're going to be...
Yeah, this is already in.
We then did this done to other horror last... Okay, we're going to move up from the horrific improvement.
We got the ladders.
So what
Never
we've done
the
is we've
sliding,
removed the
though.
weapon
And I know
penalty,
this
so
one
you can
really
move at
gets
the
to some
same speed
people.
with and without the weapon out. We've reduced the inertia, so you're going to be able to push up to your desired speed faster. And this is already in 320 and 321, and we got more things like this to come. Right, so I didn't just want to talk about improvements. I've hinted at swimming, but I'm going to show you a different feature, right? So sliding. So with the power slide, you inject a burst of speed. This doesn't just take you from A to B faster. You're going to have a reduced profile. You become a smaller target. It doesn't come for free. You know, you're sprinting, so that's going to cost you stamina. You're sliding, that's going to add some stamina cost. And when I do it back to back like this,
This is not going to go well for me as somebody who likes to just run and jump everywhere. I'm just never going to have stamina in this game. Or, if we have skills like GTA San Andreas, maybe I'll have the best stamina.
Pumping, right? So you got to be a bit careful. You can't just slide your whole way from the hubs to the spaceport.
I can jump my whole way.
So another thing that is really important to us is that with the slide, it's a short duration, but we want interactivity.
The race to the bottom.
And that's true for all
like
of them.
not giving
Go
DLC.
through all of them and give you interactivity. So with the slide, we want you to be able to aim around as soon as possible. The moment you hit the ground, you're going to be able to aim around, all right? And the direction is locked, so if I was to slide from one end of this...
I am the kind of person who likes sliding for the fact that it is a different method of locomotion, but I don't like if it adds speed, you know? The only game I was cool with it adding speed in was Titanfall because that was just f***ing sick. That was like a special case. But I really enjoy being able to do something like this.
Around, right? And
like easily get into position like this around a corner is really nice. It's just a matter of making sure it is balanced. And they talk about that. I do think it'll be balanced, but there's a lot of discussion surrounding if this is going to ruin FPS and Star Citizen or not. But there's discussion around almost every freaking... You can come up with a dictionary for the amount of different aspects of FPS that people think is going to be bad in Star Citizen. Now we just need a grappling hook. Yes. And some jump jets, too. And maybe a little wall running while we're at it. What if Squadron makes over $1 billion? Jesus. Light armor will make you slide, and heavy won't knock you back from a grenade. But what will medium armor do? A little bit of both. The happy middle ground. You just want push and pull force reactions. Dude, zero G push and pull. What happened to that?
I'll be looking this way, right? Look at you guys, hey. But while I'm sliding, I can hip fire. And as I come out in the exit, I can ADS.
Every new thing is ruining Star
Citizen. I can go back to
Citizen.
sprint right away. So I could do back-to-back slides. like we saw in the last video.
Ow.
Okay, so moving beyond traversal, just to finish this section, I want to talk about new hazard. Now you saw this yesterday.
Yeah, we got this this year. Actually, so this is like a feature edition of 2025, one of the few. But they did bring in radiation damage as an actual gameplay mechanic. What's up, Diz?
Can you press the button?
How you doing?
That's it. Okay, radiation. Right.
You would
so
rather a roll
radiation,
than a slide?
So that, it's a new
Oh my
to this
God.
active status system. And
Have you
we need to
a
look
roll?
at the bottom left here. So in the middle,
Imagine
you have
Mirror's
the amount of
Edge, but like
radiation
into
being pushed
in
from your
Star
body.
Citizen.
If you have a directional source, it's based on your body surface and your distance to that source. So by going behind the cover here, I can completely cut off all the radiation. So I can use that. And then on the left, we have an icon that has a shield around it. Now, that shield works in two ways. Right? First of all, it comes from your outfit. So depending on what you're wearing, you're going to have a better or less accurate shield, right? It has a threshold. As long as your radiation doesn't exceed the threshold, the shield will hold true. It'll scrub all the radiation off, and you can stay there as long as you like. But as the shield starts peeling off, then when the radiation gets higher, the shield will peel off. And you know the radiation sickness kicks in right at the end of the video here, and my health just deteriorates super quick.
You want the hand
that's
walking
my
in Evo? That just
Okay,
makes it
so we
sound
got
like we got
some
people
welcome
walking around in
image.
handstands, which would be that would be cool. Wouldn't it be cool if there was just a completely useless function in the game where you could press a button and your guy would just, your guy or girl would just go into a handstand and start walking around?
Interaction experience with the physical objects
Why?
in the world. For you, the interaction
Why the
comes
fuck?
with
I don't know,
turning and
dude.
scanning
I don't know.
and to interact over and to select. So what happens if an object has more than one interaction? Well, for that, you can just simply old have, how we call in the
So this was added and honestly has been terrible. I like the interaction menu, but it's really
I really like my plushes, so I want to inspect them when I find them around, so I'm changing that to my primary.
bad
And
at
you see that
times.
does not affect
Particularly,
only
it's only
the
bad to me
but
with
any
detecting
item
your
that falls
mouse
into
and
the same
staying open.
category.
And I think that might be a server thing. I don't mind the circular design. It's just not reliable. And I really think they need to get that fixed.
So I've shown you some features that improve
Do I still take guesses? Yeah, I put yours down, Dash.
the readability and easiness of interacting with the objects.
Then
in
there
the
was the
world.
actual
But the other part of
animations
our
that come with
focus
this, but we
was
still
to
haven't seen that
bridge
yet.
The disconnection between the player and the object you are interacting with. In a fully physicalized world that we want to provide you, a tactile experience is very important to sell the experience. So we've introduced a new system that allows us to play animations on the player of actually reaching out and physically touch the objects in the world. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
this...
our main goal.
Looking back and thinking about this, they really just took CitizenCon 2023 and said, let's just have all of our, like, all the people who are working on things in Squadron 42 that look good, let's just have them present that. CitizenCon 2023, in hindsight, feels a lot like a Squadron Con. I mean, we got some of these things in the following updates. We got the character customizer update. We got some fauna came in. The Vulkan API support started. The volumetric clouds update happened. They brought in, let's see, what else did they bring? The Mobi-Glass rework, the loot screen, the map, the lens system, interaction, EVA tier 2, and the star map rework. All of that stuff was the kind of stuff they were showing here, but all of the stuff they were showing here was like, literally, these are Squadron 42 things that we think are going to come into Star Citizen soon, and so we're showing them to you. And a lot of it didn't end up coming into the game, so it really comes off as just, this was the stuff that was working in Squadron 42 that looks cool. Hopefully you guys get it. If not, that's too bad, but it'll happen at some point. Because we're still waiting for a lot of this stuff. And we know it works for Squadron. But I'm guessing, server health-wise, there were a lot of backups that caused this stuff to just not be worth getting functional in Star Citizen yet. Some of it is creeping in. Like I said, we did get radiation not too long ago. and I think we'll continue to get these things. FPS radar and scanning, I don't think it's too far away, but it just, there's always more hindsight. Even now, we're going to look back on the very beginning of 2026 at some point and be like, oh, that's why so-and-so was happening. That's why they were talking about this and that. And that's an interesting part of following Star Citizen. You don't get that very much because most games, you know, by the time you're getting the hindsight, the game's out.
Was to give you a better immersion, but at the same time minimizing the friction and the control we take away from you. So this really was an exercise between code, design, and animation to give you the best experience possible. Let's see some of this in action.
Because like this is polished. This is a luxury, right? This is not the kind of thing that we would really care that much to get in alpha. But because it's been working for Squadron, they showed it off to us.
I don't know, I just kind of like go.
We would have been infinitely more impressed by them showing us our own hangars spawning on the top of this list. Or like a grid pattern for the elevator instead of a list. It's not easy. It's not hard to impress us. Definitely cool stuff, but like it's clear why this hasn't shown up yet.
In our game, it's really interesting.
This is also something from Squadron.
Sequences for the AI. So in this scenario, the player has to go forward but can't go forward because of the toxic water. So he has to go over to the valve to turn off the water. So before we could maybe play a simple animation when you interacted, but now designers can give full manual control to you. So you, by pressing the specific inputs, you will be driving the system.
This, you can literally go back to the Held the Line trailer and find the place where they talked about getting this done. Putting this kind of interactable thing in the game. Somewhere around here. Round these parts.
The player interacting with the world around them.
Patching you in.
As it's a core component of Squadron and really grounds the world that you inhabit. We've made sure that any interaction in the environment is physically represented by a character animation to keep you in the moment and fully immerse you in the experience that we've created.
See, this is all Squadron work, but it was working, so they showed it to us for Star Citizen.
So, but this is not enough. We needed to be able to give designers a way to translate what the player is currently doing and affect other.
And I do think it's going to make it into Star Citizen, but it is a bummer to just kind of realize that, like, no, it was, once again, you guys were just coming up with stuff at CitizenCon to show us because it was exciting.
You have to time your inputs to slowly open the door. So this is just a small taste of the level of interactivity that
I have appreciated these last two CitizenCons a little bit more for that.
For the mess hall
Still not perfect.
And you know, I can't wait to see
what the
PU designers will create and bring up.
Honestly, this CitizenCon was better than a lot of the previous ones. So I can't complain too much. I mean, a lot of this stuff has come into the game.
Go over to.
And there are plenty of times at previous CitizenCons where it just never happened.
Items are on the bottom, the target is on the top. You can hover, if you hover the different widgets, you'll see a tooltip that with the different quick actions you can do. You can just simple press.
Some people don't like this menu either, though. Here is the
gameplay.
This is like a sleeper. For those who don't know, Star Citizen has a skills system planned for the game. It's probably, just like we've been talking about, it's probably a Squadron 42 feature. And they want to build a little more emphasis on characters, make you care about your death of a spaceman and that stuff. So they are adding it to Star Citizen, and it will change the way your character can do some things based on how often you do those things. So this is a sleeper that hasn't shown up, but at some point I think it's supposed to. Eating your wife's delicious chicken wings with your mother's cheesy scallop potatoes for lunch. Very happy man at the moment. Wonderful lunch dish, Troy. Hope you're having a good day, dude.
My name is Jens. And I'm now going to talk to you about some changes we made to our stealth gameplay, and I'm going to give you an update on weaponware. Right, so takedowns is an important part of our stealth encounters. So this is where we're going to add some player skill progression. So it's going to move you through different action sets. You're going to start out by struggling. You might fail. Of course, this sort of added time and the extra noise you're making is really going to increase the risk of detection. You're going to get faster the more you do it. And then you're going to reach maximum efficiency. Check this one out. So he's so fast, you can barely see him do it. And then he guides the body to the floor, so it makes almost no noise, right? We're going to explore some more variation beyond our unarmed and our knife takedowns, like sedative injection pens and contextual takedowns. So this guy on the railing here, let's see what we can do about him. So by using the environment, we can do a more efficient takedown than maybe our skill level would have allowed. And it certainly looks a lot cooler. And we're going to be able to use this to get to enemies that might be otherwise difficult to get to with our normal takedowns. Like,
there's a cushioning on the railing. You got to hit his head on the other side of the railing where there's no cushioning.
To get to enemies that might be otherwise difficult to get to with our normal takedowns, like a pilot strapped into his pilot seat, you know, sneak up on him and take him out.
How many times we're just going to bash this man's face into the rail?
In that last video, we incapacitated that enemy a lot. I'm going to introduce you to a new weapon, a new item, sorry, and that's the restraints. So with the restraints, okay, let's take him down first.
Yeah, dude, this is a big one. Bounty hunting, right? What the heck's going on with bounty hunting? Why hasn't it become a thing? Is it going to be a thing? I don't know. But the fact that they showed off the handcuffs does make me wonder if there's some point in Squadron 42 where we have to restrain someone with handcuffs, and that's why this is a thing.
One more. Oh. Okay, so with the restraints, we're going to turn him over. We're going to cuff his hands. We're going to cuff his legs.
Creeps in the chat cheering.
Now, if he wakes up, he can't chase us down, right? But he could call out for help. So what we're going to do as well is we're going to add places in the environment where you can stash a body. You can hide them, either unconscious or dead. And that way it should be easier to remain undetected and keep you in that stealth bubble. Now, this is another thing we talked about in the UI demo, which is the ping. And we saw it in Inesh's presentation, how she did a short ping to highlight a door pump. Now, of course, we allow you now to charge up that ping. And by doing so, we can see further, and we can see through obstacles, and we can populate more information into our data bank that then shows up in our box outs here. So you get the name,
this is an interesting one,
race and maybe the faction.
That's still missing. I wonder what the story is with this. I'm thinking it's not the feature itself, it's all the things that have to interact with the feature that have slowed it down, but I think that FPS scanning is really going to open up the possibilities of this game. Because they have a lot of FPS environments, but you can't tell what's going on in them. Like, outside of objective markers, we get no info really about our surroundings. So I think this could really open up what Star Citizen offers basically anywhere outside of the spaceship.
And you can use this information to figure out where's
bounty hunting, looting, mining, salvage, combat.
There's a risk here.
You need to go out to collect freaking apples on the riverside.
All the time. It's going to recharge slowly. You see the bar at the top slowly going down. Until that goes all the way down, I can't ping. I can't even do a short ping. And it's going to spike my emissions or my signature. So an enemy with the right equipment or tech level might discover me.
And this functions with the armor. So we got some armor in the game earlier this year that has its own specific benefits. A few different types of armor, actually, that have their own specific features that are supposed to function off of a system called Starware. unfortunately, we are still waiting for Starware, but if you... Wait, was that not even last year? What is going on? Tagrim, you okay?
Yes, of course. And
Starware was last year. Thanks for the bits, dude. You trip on your keyboard? Okay. Here we go. Y'all remember this? The idea here was not only being... Oh my god, dude. What are you guys doing on Twitch? The idea here was not just to be able to combine armors, but also to have stats. The armors... Armor is going to have stats which makes them useful for certain things. So, civilian clothing having the best protection and mobility, or a... Jesus. The pilot having good EVA mobility and G-force resistance, or let's see, which is armor that has come in the last year, or the tank, which has higher protection and a good active scan. Again, armor that has come in the last year. We've also... What the f... Chip! What's going on? Bringing back the dance emotes. I feel like this man wants to dance. I do really like this one. I'm a big fan of this emote. That's a cool one. We got that one because of Zaeth. Oops. And there goes my tea. Good thing it's in a cup. As in a closed cup. Just... Is there a napkin here? Oh, I do have napkins. Luckily, I'm a prepared tomato. And luckily, that tea did not go onto my Duocaster. Yeah, those beeps, dude. That's freaking Mr. Chip just like dropping 5 bits over and over. Oh, man. So... This is armor we got this year, right? It has protection, it has active scan. It's got a little mobility, but it has zero stealth. Then we've got this one, which we also got this year. It's got a powerful active scan, so you can easily detect people. It's got good protection, good mobility. It's got no stealth, though. So it's a lot like the tank, actually. Sorry, I was looking at the stats for that one, not the tank. The tank has no EVA mobility. So this is the kind of suit, and this is how much they want to make armor and items make a difference in your game. Because they don't make this kind of thing super clear. But what they're saying here is that this suit is not going to have EVA thrusters. This is the kind of thing we've really taken for granted this entire time. Not only is EVA going to have limited fuel in the future that you have to monitor, but some suits will not have any EVA thrusters, and you will have to use either your tractor beam or you'll have to use push and pull to move around with your hands. So that is a disadvantage of a suit like this. While it might have great protection, you can't move around quite as much. And you got this one, the sniper. This one has also been added into the game this year. Lower protection, higher mobility, best level stealth. And then I think there was one more I might have missed around here. But the idea here is that armor is going to have different stats that, you know, you can probably change through crafting and upgrading, but ultimately are going to determine what it is you actually want to get. And one of those stats will be the ability to be detected by scans. Some people are like, hey, I don't like that this is basically wall hacks. I don't want to be somebody who can just automatically be detected at all times and never be able to stay away from these people and they can always see me. Well, then you can just get a suit that has stealth and they can't see you. So they're trying to build the game of chess, the push and pull, the consequence, the risk and reward into the items rather than to your character.
An enemy with the right equipment or tech level might discover me. Okay, so let's move on to some talk about weaponware.
Should
So
you
here
just
we're gonna see a
send your
simulation of
remaining
a weapon
points?
getting more and more worn over
Dude, you
time.
sent all of them, I feel like.
We're
Thank
gonna
you.
expand this beyond weapons to other FPS items like your armor, your clothing, your helmets. In actual game, this would be triggered by weapon usage, right? So the more you fire your gun, the more worn it's gonna get. And this is gonna affect its efficiency, it's gonna affect its reliability, and it's gonna reduce its resale value. Each item is gonna.
This is another one I
vary at its
expected
own
to be in the
rate
game
and persist at
much
its own
sooner.
rate. So you could have
I definitely
a
thought
worn
this was going to be
rifle
like a
with pristine
2024
scope or a
edition.
pristine rifle with a worn scope.
But this all might be stuff they're holding back until after crafting. That's like the finger cross, blow into the coffee, throw salt over your shoulder kind of hope that this stuff is kind of ready, but because it all has to do with the degradation and variation of items, maybe it Good Lord, Chip. Thanks, man. Oh my god. Yeah, I have some sun in my face. It's very annoying. It's like this time of year, the sun sits right on that little crease. I don't even remember what I was saying. He ruined it. But yeah, I wonder if they're holding this kind of stuff back. Yui, what's up? Seems likely to you this was added to the crafting and blueprints feature, but they did not communicate this at all. That kind of stuff always would help.
Pick this one out. There you go. So the geometry isn't the only thing they're going to change as your weapon wears. So here we're going to see a pristine Gemini pistol in the little window and a worn one in the big window.
Aishe, thank you for the 500 bits. I appreciate you. Hope you're enjoying the stream.
Right? It's telling you, you know, it's time to get this one changed. And you should be able to hear the audio as well. It's get growlier.
All right, throwing tomatoes though. Come on now.
Okay, on to some consequences. So it's not all visual, so we're going to start with misfire. So the first thing that's going to happen is you press the trigger, your gun doesn't fire. The second thing that happens in this video, you got...
All right, who hates that? I know some people really hate the malfunctioning weapon stuff. It's not incredibly common. You'll find it in, I think, RPG games usually. This is a thing in MMOs though, right? In some MMOs, generally considered a more hardcore kind of feature. The wear and tear on weapons. You hate it, full hate it. I guess I should clarify. It's not necessarily that people love keeping their guns maintained. like as a fun thing, but more so like is it something you think is unnecessary, I guess. The animation's very slow. Yeah, I'm not really talking about this specific implementation, just the idea of wear and tear on weapons, the ability for weapons to break and stuff like that. Very Breath of the Wild-esque. Metro Exodus, I think, were the two games where I experienced that most. It's the same thing as wear and tear on ships. It all depends on the balancing. Yeah. And wear and tear on components and even our bodies. The Space AK. Yo, imagine that thing never breaks. It knows how to keep running. Weapon jams, not very common. Okay. When I think of weapon jams, I think of Gears of War. Many, many, many head-popping moments because my weapon jammed in Gears of War. as long as it's systemic. Can agree. You thought it was annoying in Breath of the Wild? It needs to be tuned. A lot of you are saying it needs to be tuned in balance, and I agree. I think it's a good feature, but it definitely can't be. So it shouldn't be the main thing you're thinking about while you're playing, right? This should be an addition, an extra, something that just happens that you notice. Or if you're really good, something you pay attention to before you notice. All right. I have been dabbling on this long enough. Let's talk about the Expanse, because I've been wanting to check that out. Just real quick before we do that, I'm going to leave you guys with the chair real quick, and I will be back in a cool minute.
Stop in misfire. So the first thing that's going to happen is you press the trigger, your gun doesn't fire. The second thing that happens in this video, you got... I hope you guys know what's happening. So he goes, and then it goes click. That's the bullet getting lodged in the chamber, right? So we've got to fix it. So it's telling us to fix it. We're hitting the button, our enemy's firing on us. So you got some options. You don't have to fix it. You could holster your gun. You could pull out a new gun. You could use that new looting interface that Ines showed to grab a better gun. Okay. Okay, I'm going to finish this section with the features that's tangentially related to wear, and that's the dirt accumulation. So here again, we're going to see a simulation of dirt accumulating over time on the same rifles we saw before. But in the actual game, this would be based on your activities and the environment you're in. So if you're running around in a sandstorm, you're rolling in mud, you leave your gun outside proper storage, it's going to accumulate dirt. And that's going to increase the rate at which it wears. So the dirtier your gun is, the faster it will wear out. And this is true for other biome accumulations, like frost. So let's take a look at this one as well. Oh, or not. Okay, so yeah, so in the future, it's going to be really important that you keep your guns clean and repaired. I'm now going to welcome Zach on stage, and he's going to talk to you more about the FPS weapons. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Zach Priest. I'm a senior FPS games designer. I'm here to share some of the new, interesting FPS things we have to bring you. So if you play modern shooters, you'll have noticed that the quality bar has gone through the roof in recent years. Things from visual recoil to VFX, just overall general weapon feel. And as you know, we recently did a pass on our weapons to get them a bit more up to speed, but we couldn't hit that quality bar that we really wanted to. Because guns are violent in nature, and we couldn't portray that as much as we wanted to. So we made a new tool. And it allows us to show the violent nature of weapons while, creating greater weapon-to-weapon variety, So, this new tool also integrates better with other systems. For example, you just saw like wear and dirt and things like that. And I'm extremely proud to show you the new weapon recoil. So this is the old P4. It kind of falls a bit flat. You're not really getting that like oomph that you want, but you've probably shot this a million times. Now the new P4, it has these nice little bop downs, and you feel it getting close to the camera, and the overall aggression of the weapon is a lot more there. It feels a lot more visceral when you fire it. This new tool gives us granular control over the movements of the weapon. So essentially what we have in one of our tools now is almost an animation tool where we can control the rotation and
That's nice.
location of things.
No, the chair doesn't read chat. It's rude.
SMG.
Don't talk to it. I told you.
This is a new one. And in general, it's bringing the house down now.
Meridian, I'm sure it's appreciative of the bit
So
stuff.
recoils are just, in general, easier to tweak now. And they're a lot more impactful, and we can create...
Let's talk about the Expanse. Sorry if you are Star Citizen only. I do appreciate you, your time, your company, and your good chats. Hopefully, if you are interested in the Expanse, you still stick around, because I think this game's going to be pretty interesting. If you are into stories, characters, stuff like that, if you liked games like Mass Effect, it sounds like this is going to be right up our alley. So, I wanted to take a moment to check out a recent interview with one of the folks who worked on the game's design, where they give us, like, I think a pretty decent amount of new details about the game and about what it's going to be. For anybody who's just getting the first introduction to the Expanse Osiris Reborn, this is a single-player game from Owlcat Games, generally known for their RPGs and their writing. A lot of them are like isometric top-down stuff. This is their first third-person, higher-budget, bigger deal sort of game. So it's a big, quote-unquote, kind of coming-out opportunity for them. And I think it's going to be one to keep an eye on if you are into space games. So let's listen into more of the details here. It's Lukey Luke. Look at him. I'm not entirely... Ew! I'm on the wrong browser once again. What do you know?
Though it's the 24th century, the science of the universe didn't move too far from the modern science. So,
So this is the game design director, and then a few content creators. I believe they're all content creators. I don't know these two. This is Luke Stevens, who's been on the podcast a couple times, and generally follows a lot of different games. But they're going to go through a little bit of an interview and just kind of chat about what it's going to be. You started watching The Expanse because of Star Citizen? I mean, that works out. I think there's a lot of crossover.
It's very grounded. The technology did not leap too far. The conflicts, the politics, even the everyday survival stuff. It just kind of feels very relatable to the player. He can easily feel at home and get to accommodate himself in the setting easily. And the other thing is that what I personally love about the setting is that it's
because of this game. I get you.
Details. Every location, every faction, it's so deeply built, so filled with every detail that it's it makes the world very believable. You can easily imagine yourself navigating all these tight spaces of Ceres, or maybe big common halls of Luna with fashion boutiques and.
If there was any IP for sci-fi, I would say it's most believable that could be made into a game that's popular right now. I'd say it's The Expanse.
The things to the next level when you can actually experience it more deeply.
Awesome. So watching the series is not a requirement.
No, it is not because the series.
Okay, I'm so sorry. So she is also a game design producer. I could have just looked at the freaking title over here. So 2 interviewers, 2 interviewees.
Some of the major events, and we'll definitely touch the major events of the universe in our story. But our story, it is separate. We have our own captain, his own ship, his own crew. It's not about Holden. You will probably see some familiar faces in our story as well.
That's cool.
Just yet name who exactly will be present in our game.
Love a little crossover.
But you will.
Maybe just a little hint?
No. Not allowed to tell.
Yet.
No, sorry.
Prax.
But yes, you can just dive into the game, not reading the books, not watching the show. And yet again, if you do watch the show and read the books, you will know some details that other players will not, and you will probably have a lot of fun encountering those stuff. I have a lot of fan service in the game as well.
My favorite part about The Expanse is, I guess, the kind of thing that draws people into something like Game of Thrones, where it doesn't feel like the story you're following is all that's happening. A lot of IPs do this to certain extents, but I feel like some of them are really, really good at it. And I think of The Expanse, I don't even think of our crew in the Rocinante, even though that's who the show's about, that's who the game's about, or the books are about. I think about like the whole star system and like what stories are going on outside of that main story. Halo, I think, kind of does that for me, I guess. I'm sure you guys have IPs that you really get into that kind of feeling with, but The Expanse, for some reason, I always immediately think of what are the side stories going on here?
Yep.
So for me personally, everything that Leonard just mentioned, I really like the series, and he mentioned that in the Expanse universe there are 3 major factions, and what I'm looking forward is both for the people who are not familiar with this setting, and for those who are familiar, that you can play as one of those person from that faction, not the faction, from the origin of that. So I'm looking forward to playing as some kind of a person with, I love Martians, Martian background maybe, and just like experiencing this from that point of view. It's an RPG game, so for me it's also exciting that is not that far away from our day and age, and maybe I can, it's like I wish to some degree that in our future we will be able to travel to other planets, to see the solar system, to explore that. And it kind of gives me the idea from the point of view of my character, of like my choices, how it can be, how can I experience
Dude,
that.
the Expanse is already a better future than we're going to get, it feels like, when it comes to space travel. I don't remember exactly how the period of going from locked on Earth to being able to explore space goes in the Expanse. I know how it goes from being locked around Earth to being able to explore like that, the belt and the outer planets with the Epstein drive. But man, Epstein drive is like a completely different thing from when they first made it. The whole idea of how that progresses, I just can't imagine that here. It feels like we're about to go real privatized with our space travel. Hopefully there is a what is it, a RSI Zeus in our future that allows everybody to get out. Read the books. I have read the books. Don't read the books, me. I've loved the books more than the movie or the TV show. It's just been a cool minute.
So that's what I really like about this setting. So that it is grounded in reality, but at the same time set in the future. So I can play around with that. I can see this, and maybe one day, I don't know, I wanted to say my child, but probably not my child, child of my child.
Is gonna play Star Citizen? Hell yeah. Expectations.
We'll be able to visit, I don't know, Luna, Mars,
yeah.
Mars, yes, Mars,
That too, yeah.
I don't know, and travel through space. So yeah, and also zero G, like, because it's set in the space, you will experience.
Hey, let's not bash
only
other
what you can
creators in chat,
experience in
please.
our
Thank you.
daily life. You can also play around with zero G, how it is perceived by a person in that kind of setting, what obstacles they struggle with, and well, how they navigate through that to some degree. So I'm looking forward to just like touching the space, touching the setting, and touching not so far away future, hopefully.
That's awesome. I can't wait. I'm sorry, Luke, but you mentioned about choices.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well,
Can we kill people?
as a game from all kind of games in general, as an RPG game, we do have choices. We have some kind of major choices, some minor choices, some reactivity to what you've, I don't know, did or did not in your like playthrough. And what we value is that we value role play. So you make this choice without, you kind of given the hints of what could happen or not happen, and we showed some of that on our Gamescom showcase, like, but at the same time we don't yell to you that, oh, you're going to make a major choice right now, or like this character will remember that, or this is a major choice, like with all the
Is she talking about nuance? No.
hints that this major choice will affect you and haunt you till your, I don't know, game end. So this is what, and it's filled with choices. And some choices that you will make in one mission will somehow influence those that will follow it. Maybe Leonid want to add something in general.
Yeah, I think I can add a couple of details. So, in my perception, an RPG is a game where you create a story, then you can make your personal story. So every time we design an event in the game, a major plot event, we ask ourselves what a character would possibly want to do in this case. And we try to give those choices to the player. Of course, not always those choices will lead to some major changes in the plot. Sometimes it might be just the flavor kind of answer in the dialogue that will lead the same way as the others. But still, we want to make player feel that he can express his ideas, his perception of the situation in every moment when something happens.
Sure. I mean, could we touch on kind of the foundational aspect of an RPG, which is like character creation, why you chose to go certain directions with character creation?
I'm still trying to understand. I guess this he might answer in this next question's being asked right now by Luke. If we're playing the characters, or if how much of these choices that they're talking about us making, they say that they want us to make the choices that these characters would make. One of the things that people always had with Mass Effect was like, yes, you get to make a whole bunch of choices and do all these things, but at the end of the day, it still is filtered through a Commander Shepard cheesecloth. Let's say. So it'll be interesting to know just how much you get to get outside the characters.
Just talk a little bit about that.
If you mean the classes system, that we actually point out some minor details about that at Gamescom show as well. So we had some discussions at the early stages of the production, to be honest, whether to go fully class system or something else. And again, we started with sitting down and lining up what are possible ways that the player might perceive the game, the power fantasies, how he can express himself in combat. So he might want to be a sniper, he might want to be a hacker, maybe an engineer, something else. And that sounds like classes. But on the next step, as we designed those playstyles, we thought how to mix it up a bit, how to let player to experiment with what he encounters during the game. So, for example, when he finds a neat shoulder cannon, as we've shown in the trailer, in the announcement trailer,
pew, pew.
Even if he's a sniper,
I guess that's more of a pew.
Experiment with that. Why not? It fits the universe. It fits the playstyle. He might want to see how it works, and so we decided why not to give him the possibility to do that. That was the idea behind the playstyle. So playstyle is basically the
I'm Commander Shepard, and this is my favorite cheese on the Citadel.
Starting preset that kind of gently guides you towards the certain direction of your power fantasy of how you play the game. But then during the game, as you play through levels and find a lot of stuff in the game, new guns, new gadgets, new skills, anything, you can experiment with that and mix it up and see how it works and maybe change something. And we just think it's more fun.
Yeah, totally. Like, we think like that.
So somebody in chat might be able to answer this for me. This seems, and I think Owlcat generally, their previous games have been sort of like team tactics games where you can switch between the characters in your... No. I'm sorry. I actually read about this. This is playing more like Mass Effect, where you just give single commands to your party members. So that means you're playing as a single person. But it does sound like, from what he's saying, that you can make that person a playstyle however you want, which is nice. That's good.
It's some kind of freedom for a player to play around with what is given, to find something that will suit them is very important in general. So we always tried to give some kind of freedom depending on the system, depending on the setting that we are building our game in. Like personally, I really like the game ability gameplay, like where you use some kind of magic or something like that, but usually they are given a very limited set of weapons or like the way that you can build your character. And I think it's important to kind of give a freedom, some kind of freedom of choice, making it kind of believable, making sense to some degree, but at the same time allowing a player to find a play style, a way to deal with the challenges that we give them that actually suits their play style, the way they want to engage with our games. So I think this is a really good decision that we made during our developments.
Yeah,
personally.
agreed.
Yet again, at some point, the player will need to commit to his choices. So again, it's important part of the choices system, you know, because if you just can switch everything on the fly, that kind of makes your choices less important. So at some point, you need to stick to particular guns, particular gadgets, and you just build around them. We give you some time to experiment, but you will need to commit.
Over my life, I've played RPGs differently. I used to start out wanting to do everything in an RPG when I was younger, so I would kind of spread my points out across all of the skills just to get a taste of everything. And I think that's still a valid way to play an RPG. But it does sound like he's basically saying you build your character, you actually pursue a play style, and you're going to get more out of the game. And I like that. It took me a while to fully get on board with that style of approaching RPGs. But I like finding a character you want to do and then like pursuing it to no end. Like I'm going to be a ridiculously tanky space dude that kills his enemies, freezes their blood, and then uses the bullets from that frozen blood to kill further enemies. I don't know. Like some kind of weird lore for your character that you can pursue. That's like the whole point of an RPG, right?
And then you can start a new game and play with a different play style.
Exactly.
I wanted to ask something else within this question, if you don't mind, Luke.
Go, please.
Is there anything else that you can share about like the creation of the character beyond the abilities?
Yeah, I think we already mentioned that during the character creation, you will have to choose between three major factions, your origin. So you'll be either Belter or Earther or Martian. Apart from that, there are some other RPG systems I cannot touch yet, sorry. And of course, yeah, of course, you will.
The people want to know about romance.
Facial customization, appearance. You can choose your body type. You can be male, female. That choices will also reflect in your sibling. Also, something we were talking a lot about, that your sibling will be your identical twin. So depending on what you choose for your character, you will have either a brother or sister with some changes in the appearance, of course, because they just can't be too look-alike, but still.
Yeah, just maybe I don't know, in the middle of our interview to tell about like our game. So you will be playing as a Pinkwater mercenary with, as Leonard mentioned, different type of origin that you would create. You will have your sibling with the same like identical one. They will look a little bit different because they're their own person. They have their own personality, and yeah, these events are set during the first 3 books, I think, and 2.5 seasons of the show. During those events, you will start, for those who know the IP, knows the setting, you will start on Eris and witness basically
not a great place to start.
the events from a different angle, and this part will be to some degree, as Leonard mentioned, shown in your character creation. So yeah,
Me and Mrs. Tomato are currently on our second audiobook listen through of the Expanse series. We just got to the Eros part. Not a good time.
I don't know if that fitted it.
No, that's perfect. That's perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Going down my list. Could you talk a little bit about companion characters? Will they have their own goals, stories, agency within the game? How the companion system works, all that.
Sure. As we're still making the game in the Expanse universe, every companion should belong somewhere in the universe, and they have their own background, consisting of their faction and their acquaintance. They have some background story, their own struggles, and all this stuff will influence how they perceive the situations player encounters. So in every major plot event, they will have their opinions. They might hint you towards some decisions. They might provide you some assistance, or maybe even some crucial contacts to go for help, for advice, for military support, maybe.
Classic. Yeah.
Their stories are deeply intertwined with the plot, with the main plot of the game, and of course they will have their own stories, their own struggles, and you can choose to help them, or maybe to ignore their own stories, totally depending on how you want to be invested in this particular camp.
It's always funny when your compatriots like, yeah, my sister's got this bad deal and she's gonna get killed, and I just don't know what to do. I'm so stressed and I can't really carry on with these missions. It's so hard. I just hope that we can figure out a way. And the game is like, take this mission, and you put it off till the end of the game. Your sister can wait.
And the choices you make for those companions also will matter in long-term goals and in perspective of the whole game. So there is a lot of stuff happening with the companions through the narrative section of the game.
Yep, some of them will have romances, and you can see on our background.
There you go.
Companions. So yep.
It's perfect.
We cannot say which, who is going to have romance, but
can you romance this freaking Hemsworth-looking guy here? Does he not look like? Does this guy look like a Hemsworth, or is that just me? Are they just really generic-looking guys? I feel like he could probably be one of the brothers.
There will definitely be romance in our game.
Ooh, ... Suspense.
That's awesome.
Well, like, this is the reason why I play RPG games. Like, to be fair, romances.
It's definitely a very
connection.
Well, let me ask you, just out of curiosity before we go to the next question.
Yeah, I'll be doing a video. I'm gonna cover this game. So there are a few space games that I will be covering on, definitely on Space Tomato 2 and potentially on Space Tomato Gaming over this year. This game, obviously, Exodus, which is another sci-fi RPG, Falling Frontier, which is a real-time strategy game, and I don't know if the stars align, Mercury's in retrograde, and the Aurora Borealis shines for 5 days in a row, maybe we'll cover Fable. But I doubt that's gonna happen. I'm just very excited for Fable.
Will your companions, they can like disagree with you and dislike something that you may have decided and things like that?
Sure, I think that's an important part of their, their personality, because they have their own agencies. They might disagree with your decisions or advise you something different, depending on the case. And also, they have their own relationship between each other. So it's a small crew on the small ship. You know, the Expanse, it's a universe where everyone flies in very tight spaces for a very long time. So there is a dynamics in the crew as well, and it's fun to watch how their relationships evolve through the team, as they become a team. First of all, because of course they don't most of them don't know each other before the game.
So we spoke a little bit about the Expanse IP, the sort of grounded sci-fi nature of it, or hard sci-fi as some people call it, but it's much more gritty and realistic. It's not like a fantasy sci-fi, which I think is what a lot of people like about it. But could you speak a little bit just to the IP in general and discuss some of like the key challenges you guys have had to overcome when adapting the Expanse IP into a video game format for an RPG like you guys tend to make?
Thank you for the bit slip.
I think one of them is the thing you just spoke about, because the setting is very grounded and gritty, and that means for us that every single technology, every single gadget, every single gun we try to design into the game, we need to think it through, and we need to base it on some real life current modern science prototypes. So we can't just invent the blaster in the game. It just doesn't fit the universe. We can't do some magic or telepathy or anything like that. You need to think how it will work, how it should be based on the modern knowledge, and that's why we had a lot of people in design working on every detail of how every gun works, how every part of the gun moves, and how it should work properly with all the physics. And also we have some consultants to help us with that. So we are asking some questions to guys who actually know stuff about guns, about space travel, space radiation, and stuff like that. We had a lot of talks about such things, and checking every physical decisions in the game. And the other thing about physics is also the gravitational pull in the Expanse universe. It's also a thing that should be treated very delicately. The space stations should be mostly the circular one, rotating with the spin gravitation. So that creates certain challenges for level design as well, because building a level on the circle station is not an easy thing to do. And of course, with all the cutscenes, so everything that we show, every time we need to think where exactly will the gravitation pull the character in this particular sequence. At some point, we even had to custom for the Coriolis force just to make sure that everything is right and believable in the game.
Yeah, but I love that.
That's awesome.
That's great
Crazy.
stuff, man.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about like level design in the context of that, but yeah, that would be a nightmare. So that's great.
This is why space games are freaking hard to make. Not saying that other games don't have their own complications, but these are the sorts of things that are only getting more and more common to consider, because it's just been hard to create space-based environments in gaming, it seems, for a while.
So yeah, and apart from
or people just didn't want to.
of designing difficulties, let's say, or challenges that we had, another part was, and it still is, that events that happening, as mentioned before, they happen during the events of first 3 books, 2.5 seasons. So you have the whole story happening in that setting, in that universe, with Holden, with his crew, with the things that a lot of viewers will be familiar, players might be too. And what we need to do is to show the story of our mercenaries, like of our character, and to show those events from a different angle, to show how they influenced how they influenced the solar system, the setting, other different events. So building it in and intertwining all those bits and details, and showing some cameos in this game was and still quite an interesting challenge, and looking for what we are having, actually, I think it's going to be quite neat. So yeah, that would be quite an interesting part. And I think it will be very interesting for people who watch the series to see this, to actually interact maybe with some ideas, with some topics that they read about, that they watched in, and at the same time having this feeling that they are the character in that story, that they have their own struggles, their own mission, and they are a hero of their own story.
Yeah, it's a matter of
I-
scale as well.
I do find myself wondering when this game is coming. They don't actually. We'll keep going.
Because obviously we can't just write a story that will overshadow everything that happens in the books and in the series. We cannot make Holden seem like a small figure. His story is very important for the world, but making it other way would be also sad, because player wants to feel that what he does in the game, in the universe, is very significant, and lives are at stake. So it's a delicate balance.
I want to be like a person who's living in the world, but I also want to make a difference. I'm really glad that we're not on Holden's team or involved with his story at all, and they can create a new story. It's kind of like making a Halo game, not about Master Chief. Halo mentioned drink.
Exciting and super awesome. I honestly can't wait to see all those systems in place. And talking about systems, I would like to ask you guys about the combat system. What can you share about that?
I think we will have, at some point, we will have a particular video to show everything that we have in the combat system. But for now, maybe I can tell some details. So we have a few layers of the combat system. First of all, it's obviously the gunplay, a few classes of weapons that you can use, and mostly you do it from the covers. So it's a cover-based gunplay game. Third person, as you might have seen from the trailers.
Very similar to a lot of previous games like this.
That's your abilities. That they might be more like offensive ones, maybe something like a grenade or a shoulder cannon, or maybe something more defensive like a shield or maybe a protective drone. So there's various stuff, a lot of gadgets that you can choose from depending on your play style. And as Julia mentioned, there are some play styles that are mostly focused on using your gadgets rather than using your weapons. And third layer, but still very important, that's obviously your companions. They have their impact on the combat. They have what we call combat opportunities. That's a particular situations when you can order your companion to use an exploit in the arena, in the environment, to
also pretty standard for these types of games.
It might be some big explosive barrel, or maybe some generators to overload to massively stun players on the arena, or something else like that. I think that those are mostly three core pillars of the combat system. Also, in companions, there are some other stuff that I shouldn't probably dive into yet, but their effect on the combat does not limit with the combat opportunities. There is some other stuff that you can do in combat as well.
I also want to ask you, because I mean, the trailers look phenomenal. They really, really do. And obviously, you make a sci-fi game and you say it's an RPG, people will start to ask what the inspirations were, what games like you're looking towards. Are we doing a spiritual successor?
Which Mass Effects were you inspired
so could you speak a little bit about your video game inspirations, the games that you guys look to and are taking inspiration from or trying to build off of, or maybe just outperform and do better?
Or maybe something that you really liked, and I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously we play like a lot of different games, but personally for me, I really loved, like in primary school, I played Neverwinter Nights, then there was Dragon Age, then there was Mass Effect, and I think for me personally, like I do remember the Shepherd and how it influenced in general a lot of things in my life, and one of the major things that it influenced was actually
The C1 Spirit, she's going to say. She's going to say the C1 Spirit. She's going to say, man, one of my favorite parts of Mass Effect was actually how the Normandy looks a lot like the C1 Spirit. And oh my God, no, they're not going to mention stuff.
deciding to join game development to be a person who is building all those universes, building all those experiences. So we have a lot of different inspirations, and different people will have their own ideas what inspired, and yeah, Leonid can talk about what he saw from his experience.
Yeah, I think the reference for Mass Effect is obvious. I can't deny that, and I won't. But there are some other games we were looking into. For example, when building the combat system, especially the cover system, we were looking into games like The Division and Gears of War that are pillars for
I was thinking Gears.
kind of genre. And for the AI system, we were looking deeply on Uncharted
Metal
and
Gear?
Last of Us, especially for companion AI,
Makes sense.
and so on and so on. So basically, for every particular aspect of the game, we picked some best of the genre and tried to learn from them, tried to get inspiration and see how they solve the challenges we encounter. And the list goes on indefinitely to like Souls games, Persona games, and even Final Fantasy is one of the reference for one of particular systems.
Yeah, and much more, because then there are also cinematic arts that have their own inspirations, how to build and what to show, and not only sometimes games, sometimes it also different types of shows. So as a team, we are trying to learn from any experience, any game that we encounter.
And obviously from the best.
Obviously. Sometimes from the worst, just what not to do as well.
I couldn't help but notice that you were extremely excited about romances, and you may or may not have just mentioned some games where romance is kind of like a big deal as well. So, is there anything you can share about how the romances are handled in the Expanse?
With love. That's, I think, the only thing I can say for now.
That's fair.
That's an easy answer.
We have a lot of people
Lots of
who are
emotion.
passionate about romances. So definitely with love and care, and looking forward to them.
That's all you
Nothing
get.
else?
That's all you
I don't
get.
think she's gonna be sharing anything else.
No, nothing else. I would really love, but not now.
It was
Not
worth
yet.
it was
Not
worth
yet.
a try. It was worth a try.
Yeah.
Let's do this one. Are there any gameplay mechanics around space exploration and survival that players will
Ooh.
have to manage? You've talked about gravitation. You've talked about the challenges with level
Yeah,
design.
that's a big one.
Just by the nature of like space station layouts and design. But could you speak to any specific mechanics around exploration in a space environment, and then like survival mechanics as well?
Well, speaking of exploration, you need to bear in mind that the Expanse is set in the solar system, and by 24th century, there's not much left to explore there. It's all well
This guy sounds like a Star Citizen backer.
known, and every planet was visited. They have some bases and maybe even big cities on every major planet in the system. So not that you will be visiting the uncharted planets and something like that, but still we have the belt, and the belt is vast, and some things are hidden there, some things are lost, maybe even forgotten, because the Expanse, the colonization of the solar system happened like I think in the 21st century in the Expanse, or maybe 22nd. So it's like 200 years there to forget what's been happening. So
yeah, man. I mean, like, there's no actual way possible we're going to find everything in the solar system in 200 years. I don't think this is the kind of game that needs exploration. It's very much a story and character focused game. So I'm not even like, I don't have any, I don't want, I think that would be a waste of time, to be honest, to put a lot of dev resources towards that when their strength is writing and characters and conflict and missions and stuff. So I would appreciate if they stuck more to that, to their strengths. Space exploration is good fun, but it's hard.
Be some kind of exploration through the belt. There will be some particular mechanics to address that kind of gameplay, but I cannot get too much into details about that. So there will be something. Not, but that's mostly.
It's also not like they have Bethesda, Microsoft money for it.
We were discussing such things early on, because again, in the Expanse, the survival is a big narrative thing in the universe. The driver, I think, but. We decided against, the management, the gameplay part of the survival stuff. So you won't be counting your gallons of reaction mass or, how much water you need to recycle before it dries out. Nothing like that. But still, the Expanse universe is very dangerous. So in terms of narrative, the survival will be a part of the game. You will have a tremendous enemy. You will have a lot of very dangerous situations that you will have to get out somehow by the skin of your teeth. So there will be a lot of survival in terms of your player experience, just not as a particular mechanic.
But I don't think you're flying the spaceship. I think they've confirmed that. So when he talks about these levels of danger, it's not necessarily like you're flying somewhere and chilling in your ship and about to get there and then suddenly you get attacked. I think generally that's always planned, or like you'll see that coming.
Exploration mechanics like that? Like take the ship around?
Oh, she's asking that.
The solar system?
Yeah, I think I can tell that you will be able to fly around the solar system.
Nice.
You will be able to visit various planets. We mentioned it before that we have Luna, Mars, Ceres, Io, and some other cool places to visit. And some of those places will be like major social hubs where you can just walk around, meet other people, drink at the bar, shop for better equipment and stuff like that. So you will have plenty of places to go and to visit and to look at. No doubt for that.
So he said you can fly around. I don't know if that means specifically fly and control your ship, because I swear I read that it was kind of like your ship is a method for getting around, but not a vehicle you can use. So we'll have to see. Yeah, I'm thinking like fly by cutscene kind of thing. Sort of like Mass Effect does it.
Perfect. I
haven't covered This Week in Star Citizen yet. We'll be covering that after this.
This wasn't on the list. I'm gonna try. Okay, I'm gonna try. Owlcat makes fantastic RPGs, expansive RPGs, like big games.
See what you did there.
I understand if you have no comment, but are you able to touch at all on the scale of what you're trying to build here? Are you going for like a tighter narrative that's maybe a little bit shorter? Are you trying to go for like the typical scale that Owlcat's known for? Are you able to touch at all on the scope and scale of what you're building?
Yeah, I think we can go there because I think in one of the interviews that there was some kind of play timelines mentioned. So as we moved from isometric RPGs to something more immersive and cinematic, like cinematic field, like the Expanse, the production costs obviously grew like in several times, several maybe. Yes,
I can only imagine. Yeah.
Yes. So making the game as big in terms of narrative as it was like maybe Kingmaker or Rock Trade, it just would be impossible with such a production quality.
Okay.
Obviously, the Expanse will be less in terms of.
So to an extent, you are sacrificing narrative for quality. I'm fine with. I want a game in the third person, but it's, you know, those are nice realities to hear developers say when talking about their own games in the lead up to them being made.
You know, play style, play lengths, hours. So I think the current estimates we have, it's around 30 to 40 hours of gameplay, depending on how you play it, depending on how you rush things up, and how much time you spend exploring some optional things that will also be present in the game. Still, we aim to keep the feeling of the fast world and a lot of stuff happening at the same time, and a lot of things to address at a particular point in the particular point of the game. So it's not like the linear experience that rushes you through the rails of the plot.
Okay.
Nothing like that. But
branching narrative.
But still not as big as we made it before.
Perfect.
Is there anything you can share about like how any systems behind like side quests or main quests, if there's a relationship between those, if maybe some side quests can affect the main quest and things like that?
No, I don't think we can go too much into that. Yeah, we have some systems. We do have some systems that might they might affect your player experience depending on what you did in the side quests, for example. But that's as vague as I can say it.
I appreciate it though.
Big question with every RPG, the main one. How do player choices impact the narrative, the game world, and potential different endings?
As in any RPG, they will impact. As I said, you will have big choices that will have long-lasting effects on the story, on what will happen with some of the characters, and with the events of the main story. You will have less choices. Maybe they will be more grounded and related to a specific character, their story, and then you will have some flavor, reactivity, maybe some additional answer or reaction in a dialogue in a certain situation that you will encounter. And then this set of choices,
I love having
set of
specific dialogue options based on your background and choices, but man, I hate when they don't actually make a difference. Like maybe they make a difference in the response you get, but not actually in the direction that the conversation's going. Hopefully, I've never played an Owlcat game. I hope that they're better at that than a lot of other attempts.
Consequences of your actions during the events that you encounter on your journey, on your mission to resolve the issues that you have, to find the answers, to find the resolutions. All this will end up in different, I would say, results in general. So you'll still have this influence over the choices of the story, how it will unravel, and what you will see. So yeah, they will impact differently, from small additional answers to some bigger events that you will might notice or understand or see several missions or several hours after you've made your decision. Sometimes you will see it pretty much immediately, and it will not only have this effect of just like, okay, you did this and now logically, let's say something just happened. Some of your decisions will have visual representations on the state of the, I don't know, location, state of a
Nice.
character.
Yeah, I love that.
So yeah, different types of them.
Love delayed impact. That's what I was really looking forward to in the older Fable games.
Intriguing.
Yeah. Just add a couple details that my answer would be much shorter. The Expanse universe is cruel, and some characters might die because of your choices.
Oh, that's awesome. So
Let's go, bro. Let people die. I know it's a little bit dark, but like I love some steaks. And I don't mean the meat. I'm actually not much of a steak guy. Mrs. Tomato is more into them. But like I love proper stakes in a game. That's like what I look for when we always talk about Star Citizen, the whole death of a spaceman, losing your ship insurance, all that stuff. Like I like risk of losing stuff. Might not be fun, but it makes you play different.
you can lose teammates and companions.
I can't go into that, but some characters might die.
He's treading the line right now.
That I feel like that makes choices more valuable, knowing that things can really matter. So I appreciate that.
Like imagine making a choice and knowing that it's going to lead to the death of one of your characters like hours later, but there's nothing you can do about it. Give me that tension. Give me that wake up in the night with cold sweats, hating myself kind of anxiety about a video game.
Is there anything that you guys would say that it's something that you're proud of or your favorite thing about this project?
Okay, I will start. For me, because I'm like a producer, I work a lot with people. It is a challenging production, I would say, like an interesting project. And what I admire is that our team has grown. We learned a lot of things. We have a lot of different people with different experiences, different type of inspirations for video games. Everyone brings something to the table. And as in any epic story, I would say, these challenges that we face, I think we're growing as a team, as this like experience, because a lot of people that joined our team had some experience, like had a great experience in similar like games, similar scales, and they bring a lot of value. And people that been working with OCAD for a long time also joined our project, and sharing this knowledge, working together, and building this. For me, it's to some degree a dream. As I mentioned before, like the reason why I joined game development is an achievement of its own, and I'm really looking forward to what we can build as a team, as a really nice team.
Yeah, I think for me, the best moment is when it all starts to come together, because our team inherited this love for detail that the setting has, and when I play a particular mission on the later stages of production, I find the details that I was not suspecting are there. There might be some side dialogues, or maybe some just commercials on the wall, or even the menu in the restaurant, and it's every such detail. It's built in the terms of the setting, and it's so much fun exploring and seeing what the team brings to the world, how it all comes together and makes the world believable. So probably that's the most fun part for me.
I gotta say,
Just out of curiosity,
as a huge fan of the books and the show, and then also as a huge fan of sci-fi video games and RPGs, I'm excited for this just from the gameplay aspect that they've been talking about this whole time, the choices, the characters, the consequences. But then there's the entire other side of the fact that it's the Expanse, and we get to experience a whole bunch of new writing and world building in this IP that, like, we've been kind of banging our heads on walls for to get something. Like, there was a huge campaign to get Amazon to renew the show, right? And then even when the show ended, it was still like, but there's more. And the Expanse is already a super interesting world that I feel like the show, as good as the show is, did not do justice to it in the way that it's described by the books. So there's like two whole different levels of hype for this game right now. I'm glad we watched this.
what do you think has helped you guys build this world the most? The books or the show? Or both in different ways?
I think both in the different ways, because in our team, some people read books, some people watched the show, some people did both, and everyone is in some what inspired by what they've seen or read, and they bring the details from their experience of the Expanse. So I think it's both.
Yeah, I think it's 50-50, especially taking into account that you have different teams. So you have like our team that deals more with the visual representation. So obviously the show will affect us incredibly, like because show showed us what Expanse kind of looked like, and we built upon that. And then you also have a narrative team who are not only interested in the show and the visual representations, but also what are other things that were not shown in the show happens in Expanse, how the setting actually is working. So we try to take as much information about the setting, the lore as possible from from all kind of sources.
Yes,
and even
it's like more backstory, dude.
I usually hear the question from the artist, what we can do, what we can show better than it was shown in the series, because series has their own restrictions,
The choices,
and limits.
the choices you have to make.
We often ask ourselves what we can do better, on where we can expand the visuals and go further than it was.
Yeah, and I think the best example of that, like the easiest one, would be a belter. So in the show, they show sometimes very high belters. I think because they grow in a low gravitation, their physique is very different. Their height is more than 2 meters, more than 2 meters and 30 centimeters, I would say. So they're very tall. But in the show, because it's a show and they need actors, lots of belters were more or less regular height, but in our game we build up on what was in the book, on how belters were designed, so they will have a different physique to Martians, and Martians will have different physique to belters. So this is a good example of how we
Okay, does that mean that your character will be forced to be taller if you're a belter?
take what is also shown
Like, will
in
you
the
look
show,
different?
what is written in the book, and try and mix it together to give as faithful representation of it as possible in our game.
And on top of that, you even allow people to make their own input and their decisions in the universe. So that sounds like a great deal to me.
I do have one last question, which you briefly touched on earlier, but it basically, like, the pivot from isometric top-down RPG, which, you know, old school CRPGs, that's classic, but pivoting from that to something that is, you know, a third-person cover-based shooter that's very cinematic and very just high fidelity across the board. What was the thought process? What was the moment you decided that we're not doing like an isometric thing, we're gonna do this in a cinematic way? What was the thought process behind that, to pivot into this new direction?
I think that was just the major decision behind the basic idea of making such a game, because I probably can imagine the Expanse in isometric perspective, but it just does not feel right, and doesn't bring as much as we can do in full 3D experience in more cinematic approach. And
Thank you for making that call. I probably wouldn't be as interested in this game if it was a CRPG. Like, I don't think I would end up playing it on stream or anything. I might watch it and follow it, but being a third-person RPG brings a lot more people into the opportunity, and I don't think I'm alone there. I think they even know that.
The story, the universe, it kind of demands such level of detail and such level of production. So it was just one of the major decisions at the very early stages of not even the production, even of pitching the project to the directors.
Yeah, we wanted
Aren't you a director?
to tackle a new challenge to try and make something new, and then there was Expanse, so the match made in heaven.
That's perfect. Thank you. Are there any other things you guys would like to throw out there, like something important we haven't touched on that you'd like for us to be aware of or to mention in our coverage of the game? Is there anything like that that comes to mind?
No, I can't think of anything in particular. Just stay tuned for more, and we'll show more very soon. Have something cooking, and I hope you will like it.
All right, that was an abrupt finish. Now to wrap things up.
So it's the.
That was a. I honestly don't know what the case with that is or whose podcast that even was, but I appreciate that they did that reporting. I will leave that linked down in the description of whatever video we choose here. But I want to finish this off with looking at the song, the main theme for the game, because this is. I was definitely more excited for Exodus a year ago, but this game has started to pick up in its marketing a little bit, and we've been getting more details. And even with this interview, I'm realizing this might actually be the game I'm really more excited. Like it's got almost everything that I'm looking for in a space game in terms of like story, character, consequence, an interesting world building situation and lore, and an IP I care about. And then they just throw in good music. Listen to this. Actually reminds me a little bit of the Jump Space theme. Just makes me want to hear their star map music. Exodus is also really cool. Don't get me. We can have both. But I do think that from the details I'm getting from this, I'm hearing more that I like. For some reason in Exodus, they haven't talked as much about the actual game mechanics, like the time dilation and the side quests and stuff and how that works. So that might still capture me, but so far I think this game has done a better job of explaining the nuance. So if you want to learn more about this one, I'll be covering it, and I'm sure they'll have some more. It sounded like they had some more plans for content coming out in the next couple of months. Keep an eye out. I'll have this on Space Tomato 2. We'll probably do something that's a little more concise and compact so that people can just get their catch up on the channel. And there may be something on the main channel a little later, but that is a look at Osiris Reborn. This is the hype phase, though. I actually thought Exodus had reached the hype phase first. I'm surprised. I thought Exodus was going to come out before this, but I think this one might actually come out first. I like it, though. Good song. Good music. All right. Now, it is January 2026, and we've got our first This Week in Star Citizen, finally. It's about the same time as we got it last year, but I hear there's some exciting news here. Let's jump in. Let's see. There we go. Alrighty, hello everyone. You've had a fantastic holiday break, whether that meant with family and friends staying cozy at home, buying a new spaceship, or braving the frozen reaches of the Glacium Belt and Nyx. Just kidding, they didn't say anything about buying a spaceship, but you know they were thinking it. We wrapped up the year with Star Citizen 4.5, and it's been great to see how many of you have dove into multi-crew gameplay, running ships as engineers, and sometimes going down with them like true captains. Not gonna lie, I have not been doing anything engineering related. I got to get back into some multi-crew gameplay this week. With everyone back in the studio, our focus turns to Alpha 4.6. Ivacati is out. We are leveraging the insights you shared and the experience you had in 4.5 to continue our drive in the new year. As outlined in the letter from the chairman, we will keep building out the depth and playability of Star Citizen while pushing forward on the core systems that define how you play. From engineering and inventory to Genesis planets, crafting, social tools, dynamic server meshing, and so much more. What the f do you mean so much more? The flippancy! They just say social tools and don't think that like our minds explode. What does that mean? Genesis, inventory, crafting, social tools, dynamic server meshing. This is like an actual fever dream of a list of features that I don't know how to receive that. What does that mean for this year? He said, we're also continuing work on modernizing long-running systems, including item recovery, insurance, inventory, and cross-patch persistence. Sorry, there was more. What a freaking list, dude. Oh, that's so much. I hope they can get versions of these things into the game this year. He continued by saying, 2026 is already shaping up to be another great year. We are hard at work to bring crafting to the tech preview servers with Ivacati up next. The response to crafting the preview servers is definitely expected, but nothing definitive on it yet. But with Ivacati up next does mean that they plan to bring in crafting pretty quickly after. I would bet crafting tech preview is no later than February, and if it hits Ivacati after that, then I could see crafting coming in April or May. Would make sense for around that time. The response to your recent feedback survey has been incredible with nearly 34,000 responses and counting. Thank you to everyone who has taken the time to share their thoughts. You can still update your answers, especially after spending more time in Alpha 4.5. We would also like to thank everyone who took part in the Luminalia greeting card contest. The community hub is packed with incredible submissions, so if you have not browsed them yet, be sure to take a look. Looking at the community side, Daymar Rally is kicking off Saturday, January 24th, bringing together pilots and drivers ready to fight for every meter of sand and every second on the clock. Make sure to drop by if you guys want to see the coverage of that. And I will be interviewing the two leaders of this whole thing on the podcast this week. So keep an eye out on Monday for that to come out to talk about the event, where it comes from, what it's doing, what's up next. Also from Atmo Esports, Enter Atmosphere lands in Sydney on February. Keep that one in mind too if you want to head down there for an event. And we will be covering GII Racing. As you can see, Vastin in chat. We've got several people on the racing team here in chat. GII has, I think, 3 racing teams so far. I got to figure out where you guys are so I can make sure I'm covering your thing. PK, you're thinking February patch for crafting? I like your style, dude. I'm loving this new me that guesses things too far out as opposed to right now. I'd much rather be wrong that way than guessing too early. All right, now let's take a look at this week. On Tuesday, a new monthly bundle appears on the store, formerly known as patch bundles. These bundles are limited time items and cosmetic packs featuring themed color palettes. Starting in 2026, new bundles will be released on the second Tuesday of each month. Mark your calendar for these monthly drops you won't want to miss. So, new forms of sales, formerly known as patch bundles, but probably no longer linked to patches. They're now linked to months because, well, we're not getting as many patches. This is just a continuation of this shift. Cosmetics, paints, decorations, anything that they can put out that doesn't change the gameplay but can make them more money, I'm on board with personally. I think that it's a better way of making money than selling ships, and they have to get bumping on this so they can start to turn over where that money's coming from. That being said, obviously there is such thing as too much, and doing things incorrectly. We'll see how they move forward with these sales. CIG is not really known for being the most consumer friendly when it comes to sales. And these patch bundles will probably be fairly expensive. So like, you don't have to get them. Don't feel like you need to. The stuff that's in them probably will be in game at some point for you to pick up on your own. Next day, Wednesday, first roadmap roundup of 2026 arrives with many new cards for 4.6. As with 2025 before it, 26 will bring a number of content delivery changes, including adjustments to how patches are scheduled, which we will discuss in more detail in the coming weeks. They always do. There's always a little bit of planning, and then a new version of their development comes out that kind of plays off the letter from the chairman. Usually, though, this doesn't happen until later, February time. You can go back to Star Citizen, let's say 3.22. Star Citizen 2022 February roadmap roundup. Here's the second. So this might have been their first roadmap roundup of the year. Every 2 weeks, we accompany yada yada. When we remade our Republic. Yeah, so this was their first one. This was a big update. This was like, okay, we spent all of January getting together everything we wanted to do. Here's a big explanation of how the year's going forward, of the new roadmap, of the progress tracker, of all the things that we want to bring in here. It's kind of their chance to be like, this is the year ahead. We've taken some time to figure it out. You can do the same thing with 2023. February 8th. This was like, I don't know if this was the first update of the year in this one or not. Always hard to know that. Usually they come in February, but let's see if there was one in January. No, there wasn't one in January in 2023, so it must have been this 8th was the first one. And again, a chance for them to explain kind of what the deal is going forward, how things are going to work based on the beginning of the year. Not a lot to update here, but it is what it is. 2024, I believe we didn't get it until February either. February 5th, 7th? It says both. February 5th roadmap roundup. Again, all kinds of updates to let you know kind of what the plan is going forward and how things are going to work. This was not last year. This is 24. Sorry, I'm stuck in time. Now we can look at last year's 2025. This was like literally the last 4 times they've done this. It's been just about the same thing every single time. This was February 26th. We had to wait until the freaking 26th to get our big first understanding roadmap roundup last year. So we're getting our roadmap roundup a full month ahead of last year, and generally 2 to 3 weeks ahead of every other year before this. I think this is indicative of the fact that they are a little bit better off in their development. They do actually know what things are going on, and they've planned a little bit better last year to transition into this year. So we're seeing a little bit more of a functional update in January. More devs have been back in office answering questions more quickly. And now, obviously, the updates are coming a little bit earlier. Hopefully this keeps up. I couldn't tell you if it's going to, but I think this is a good sign. Here they're saying, as Star Citizen continues to evolve, we will also be experimenting from time to time with smaller time-limited changes to the verse that do not require a full patch release. The first of these rolls out this Wednesday as Commodity Trade Boost. More ways to keep people intertwined and running in the game. That's cool. I am very excited. This almost sounds like what they wanted dynamic events to be, in a way. The kind of thing where they could just go into a planet and change the profit margins of a planet for some specific reason, and that creates a new rush to players. It could be their way of testing new features and things that they need to get focused testing on without bringing in a new update, or introducing a new feature, or making a big deal out of it. Cool to see. They also said, due to recent increases in large-scale capital ship combat and their subsequent destruction, 2 vendors in the Stanson system have gained access to increased quantities of highly sought-after resources, including Atlassium. Wait a second, is this the stuff that Wicklow takes? Is this essentially saying that you can get more... What did we use Atlassium for? This is the trade boost thing? Okay. I see. They're just adding some narrative to it. I thought this was another way to get the resources for Wicklow. I was about to be like, holy crap, that's big. While they may be selling it with suitable markup, these vendors are also interested in purchasing several other resources above traditional market prices, at least until they have what they need. Okay, dude. A little bit of unorthodox demand, huh? Profit-seeking traders are encouraged to seek out and discover these prosperous vendors in the verse, but beware that quantities are limited and others may be seeking these fortunes in less than friendly ways. Bro, let's mix it up. I'm excited to see something new happening. I'll have to see how they actually implement it and to give my thoughts on that. But like, I'm gonna give them props for trying to experiment a little bit. I think still the goal is to perhaps stress test some of the stuff they're doing, but ultimately keep people playing and interested. And it's good timing. If they're dropping this on Wednesday, they're probably gonna drop their In Case You Missed It sale next week. So they'll get a good boost of activity and eyes on the game as 4.6 probably goes to PTU. As this trade boost thing happens, night vision's going on. People will be more tied in January than they normally are this year. That In Case You Missed It sale is going to pop off, I bet. Before we get there, just for posterity, let's look at how they're doing in terms of earnings this month. So they're somewhat behind the normal January. It looks like they're about 12% behind their normal. No, yeah, for the month, they're about 12% behind. So let's see what they do. I do think that if they land these releases and then launch that sale, they'll probably be doing that great. Either way, there's your This Week in Star Citizen. We will be back together for the roadmap roundup later this week. It should be an interesting one, and I will try to keep you updated on these trade boost things that are going on and the Atmo Esports Daymar Rally. I got you covered. Either way, thank you all for joining me today. Hope you got your news, and I'll catch you in the next. If you are here on the stream, I'd like to also thank you. I'm going to bounce off for the day, and I need to do some taking care of Mrs. Tomato and getting some foods. Probably do some video work. I got a video to release about the Expanse for you guys. I'm going to be talking about that refining ship later. So I hope you're looking forward to that. Thank you all for joining me. You're great people. Stay shiny, stay lovely, stay tomat, stay juicy and red. I will see you on Wednesday. It's going to be a good time. I'll get into some gameplay probably, and we'll touch on the roadmap roundup. Thank you for being amazing people with great taste. Absolutely beautiful faces. I will see you all in the next one. Take care of yourselves. Eat something you love. Do something you love. Hang out with people you love. And in the words of somebody great, be a real one. See ya.